Hello everyone, how's it going? Hi folks. Hello Twitch. Hello YouTube. Hi. Hello. Alright, we are winding down the hour to the San Salie Celebratory Tournament. Thank you for joining us everyone. I hope you're all doing well today. I'll deal with all of us. Let me go grab the Tourney info to pin really quick for anybody who wants to do a last minute sign up. Oh, Elvic. So we'll be closing that at 5:45. PST. Let me go ahead and pin that really quick. I pin it for the next 20 minutes on Twitch. But hello. Congrats on first Phoenix. Hello Blake. Hello. Hello, oh, hello Whiskey. Hello, Reno. Deal with all us. How are you? Hello, Eric. Are you in the tournament? Let me go and start checking people in. You should be, but let me go and start the check-in process now. Let me start checking early while we have time, chat. While we have time. Oh, drop of water. Welcome on in. It's going to be an exciting evening, actually. We have quite a turnout. Quite a variety of decks, too, so I'm rather excited. Hello. Welcome on in. Hello. Winnie. Hello, Min. Yeah, good luck to everybody participating this evening. Though I will say, just because you have a high-powered deck doesn't mean you can't just break or fall victim to stun. A variety of strategies will make themselves appear this afternoon and this evening. The Elf Note Dual Field? We have to check out the accessories for sure, but let me go ahead and get the bracket ready. Well, let me prepare to get the brackets ready. We still have to check everyone in, so... Thank you, Eric Mewtwo. I can't believe it's been so long that San Salie lobster activities have been going on. So let's see, what is the best way to start checking y'all in? It's going to be great, chat. It's double elim. Duels never over till the last card's played. We have plenty of people fall in the elimination bracket and find their way back up to the bottom, back into semifinals and finals. Let me reset my password for the Black website really quick. But I was looking very briefly over some of the decks that are coming out this evening. I have my eye on a couple of them. I expect a few of them to do relatively well. But who knows? Some might just give you a run for your money. Now, remember that your deck is only as good as you can pirate. And when in doubt, anyone can play. Can't wait to lose round 1. Well, it's double elim, so you have at least 2 duels. You have at least 2 duels. Go ahead and start getting everybody checked on in. You're looking forward to new trauma support. Exciting, exciting. Hello, Funa. Welcome on in. Let's see. What's the best way for me to go about this? Y'all get some duel live as I start doing the check-ins for the tournament. So in the brackets, I'm going to have your screen name followed by your Macedol username, just so people can, you know, just so people can find out who they're playing against. So let's see. Heiko is here. Reno is here, so I'll check y'all in. Let's see. Will the bracket be on Discord? I'll have it up on stream and I'll also have it in the Discord. We also need to make a Macedol room, but we can do that closer to the actual start of the tournament. This is right around check-in time, and we have about 15 minutes before, you know, everybody's, you know. So let me pull this up into a spreadsheet so I can keep track of who we've already checked in. Because we're smart, chat. We're smart like that. We know how to check people in. So I'll get you checked on in. Alice. Let's see. Caribou is here. So I'll also check in Caribou. Blake was here, so we'll also check in Blake. So we have anywhere from, I estimate, 16 to 20 people, potentially more than 20 people. It really just depends on who makes it here and who doesn't. We'll slowly start checking everybody in. Min is here on YouTube. So, chat, y'all got to remember something very important. Specifically for y'all on Twitch, chat. Sometimes your opponent might be from YouTube, chat. Yes, it's current damage. Current damage. Let's see, Whispery is here, so we will also check in Whispery. Oh, Nif, you're new here. You're so silly. Chat, this was a long duel. I'm kind of impressed. I don't know if I should be concerned. It's the long... A really long duel, actually. Alright, let's continue the check-in. Let's continue the check-in. Yeah, you're here, Brinny. Let me get you checked in. I'm just slowly going down like the list of who is here. Am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way? Is it... If it's something else, you know... I'll try my best. And Funa is also here, so checking Funa. You can't... No problem. We're going to have another tournament next month, Square. Oh yes, chat. The official date for the next tournament. Oh, I think my camera died. Pause. Okay. Camera's not that important. We can fix the camera dying. Maybe my camera's getting old, chat. Maybe my camera is getting old. Okay, we'll fix the camera in a moment. We have the hand cam we can use instead, so that's fine. What's the word? The next tournament is going to be taking place on Saturday, June 13th at 5 PM PST. So just about 30 minutes earlier than this time. So if y'all want to get in on the next tournament has stakes, chat. The next tournament has real stakes. Y'all got to know the stakes on the next tournament, alright? The next tournament stakes decides the next deck I build in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Very important. Alright, let's get the secondary. Good thing we have a hand cam and a regular camera, chat. How about that? Okay. But surely we got the tracking back on, surely. Or not, pause. Come on, come on. We're back, surely we're back. Yeah, real stakes. So the next tournament, chat, remember. The next tournament, the exact deck list you win with is the deck I build in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for the next tournament. Hello, Sondia. Welcome on in. Let me check you in. No. Check-in just started. Check-in just started like a couple minutes ago. We're not gonna start till the start of the hour, so you are more than fine. Welcome on in. Let me check you in, and I brought you checked on in. Let me continue down the list since we got a lot of people coming on in, you know? Well, at least I'm gonna try to start it at exactly 6. We might be at most like 5 minutes late. Hello, Missouri. Deck pictures. For the next tournament, deck pictures. For this tournament, we're just gonna go off of, like... We're gonna go off the honor system. Y'all better only be using one deck. Alright? No edits to the deck, alright? Have a good clean tournament today, clearly. Let's see. Who else is in the chat? think that's everybody for now. And we'll get everybody checking on in as it gets closer and closer. It occurs to me that I probably need to pull up the probably have to pull up the dragons. How can I see this? There we go. Let's save this for the name, and then I can open this up in a different browser. Oh my god, it's 2 AM for you? Goodness me, wait. Well, I appreciate your dedication to the play. Surely you will be forced to lock all the way until final. Surely. Alright, let's see. Who else do we need to check in? Is a Starling here? Is Starling here? Is Cloakinator here? Also, hello, Curiously. Welcome on. Is Crimson Hikaru here? An audience is just as important as the participants. Imagine Yu-Gi versus a 10 without all the people there. True. Real stakes. I agree. Okay, looks like we are potentially waiting on 10 more people to check in. Signups closes in 5 minutes. And we have about 10 people on bracket right now. Well, we're here to hang out, appreciate some decks, you know. Look, whether they're bringing jank, meta, stun, or like, you know, something fake, I'm sure y'all will have a great time. I'm here to watch Master Dueling. And sometimes Master Dueling is summoning Typhon just to lose. Which I'm more than okay with. How many people have checked in so far? Like I said, we have about 10 people checked in. We're waiting on about 10 more people to show up. Hello, Anonymous. Thank you. So, like I said, probably anywhere from 10 to 16 to 20 people in today. All really depends on who shows up. So, signups closes in 5 minutes. And then check-in closes at 5 minutes till. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what the heck a hand cards do yet. So we're gonna find out today. Look, as an avid Tindango duelist, we don't always duel to win. We duel to send a message and resolve our silly combos. So yeah, for those of y'all tuning in, if you want to sign up for the tournament, we're closing signups in 3 minutes. If you are here to check in, do chat in the chat. Make sure I know that you're here. Soul Bad Guy, Nas Mask, Crimson Equality, Coconator Stalling, Random Guy, Ipan, Joe Staley, Guardian, and Jinbei. If you are here, let me know. If you are here, let me know. And then probably about like 5:50 is when I'll open the duel room. Just to get you all in. I'm very excited. I have some other exciting news to share with y'all. No, since the check-in is just telling me like that you're here, and once I acknowledge you, I'll get you into the bracket. Hello, random guy. Let me check you on in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Exciting day for a tournament. I hope you're ready to throw down for some duels. I'll remind the chat that some of your opponents may be on the other platform between Twitch and YouTube. But I got you checked on in. Thank you for stopping by. But you're already checked in, so don't worry about this. Because I have an active list of who is and is not checked in. So, Jinbei, Gaiden, Ipan, Jostelli, Stalling, Coconita, Crimson Hikari, Nazmas, or Soul Bad Guy. If y'all are here, please chat in the chat so I can check y'all in. It's going to be great, chat. It's going to be great. I want the best of duels, the worst of duels. It will be spectacular, surely. You're here now. Hello, Just Dairy. Let me get you checked on in. Thank you for joining us for the tournament this evening. I will get you checked in right now. Alright, chat. Going once, going twice. So, for anybody who already signed up, I just need to check you all in. For anybody trying to join the tournament, I am officially closing the sign-ups. So let me unpin these messages. Is the presidential suite still free, or did someone check into that one? I don't know, Nif. I can make it available for you right now in the booth. You're always welcome. I also hope we get to see Exorcista. Isn't they just drop now? I know Mr. Radar, it's been a fortune. So I'm gonna close up the sheets. Let me close the accepting on the responses. How do we do that? There we go. No longer accepting tournament responses, but we still have 10 minutes for anybody else who was part of the initial signups to check on in. If not, it's looking at just about 12 duelists for the evening. If you are unsure if you have checked on in, I guess I should also go ping the Discord. Let's see. I might have to do in the LSO channel. Apologies for the double ping in the Discord, but some people don't know how to read chat. Can y'all believe it? Some people don't know how to read. Let me pull up a duel room for y'all. So let's see. Standard. Let's see. We're turning off list permissions. No spectate list permissions. Title display, I suppose. Yeah, that looks about correct. It's nothing too crazy, nothing too crazy. So let me copy the room ID and get that out here for y'all. And I will pin these. Typing stream. It really do be a typing stream. We got so much typing to do. Alright, so y'all can get into the duel room as we wait for the timer to time down for the rest of our check-in. You used to love getting bored with saying y'all, now everyone says it. I've always said y'all for a hot minute. It also depends on like where you come from. Y'all is kind of a southern thing, but to be honest, it's also very gender neutral. Will there be a co-host next Tourney? Do you want a co-host right now? Nif, can I accost you? Can I accost you for 30 minutes? Surely next time we can accost someone. Surely. Hawasta, the tournament check-in is going to be closing in 5 minutes. Let me double check who still needs to check on in. Gainen, are you here? Jinbei, are you here? iPan from YouTube, are you here? Stalling, are you here? Pokenator, are you here? Quinton Hikari, are you here? Nasmas, are you here? Soul Bad Guy, are you here? Not too long. It's just entertain them, Nif. Just entertain them. The people demand your talents, clearly. Give me a ring whenever you're ready. Chat, look at what you're doing. Look what you're doing. You're making Nif come out. Goodness me. Goodness me. Now I have to get oh gosh, I gotta get it ready. I gotta get the Fugi ready. I gotta get the sound ready. Goodness me. Oh, Coconator, let me check you on in. Thank you for showing up to today's tournament. Welcome on in. You will see the dual room code here. Okay. I'll call you. Pause. Let me see if I can make sure they can have you coming on in. I don't know if they can hear you just yet. Un momento. I can. I can always hear you. Okay, it's fine. We can as the kids say, deuce you on you know.
I love being put up to like 200% gain and then be completely distorted. It's amazing.
Right, Chad, isn't this amazing?
To be honest, I kind of have a bit of trauma from the one time. I think I bring this up to a lot of like basically any person that I'm on a Discord call with.
I can
that
hear
I'm
you
planning
now,
to
by the
be
way.
on stream with. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just letting you
I
know.
always assume they can hear me, but if they can't, that's okay. I'm
No,
used
they
to getting
can. They
ignored
can.
anyways. But yeah, I have trauma from like being on a Twitch YouTuber
Chat, he has
talent show
trauma.
type thing.
He has trauma,
and they,
chat.
yeah, and they had boosted my volume by like 200%. So I sounded, you can imagine what someone at 200% gain would sound like for like the entire recording, and I'm like the only person who sounds like that, and it's also on a VOD on YouTube or whatever, and it's like, why did you not tell me anything? Like, why would you just do that? It's not just for yourself, but also for all the people watching it. Like, why would you let that happen? I don't understand.
Oh, also.
So now every time I'm like, either I'm going to expect that people are gonna say that I'm too quiet, which is also something that people always say, that I'm too quiet on Discord, or that I'm gonna sound absolutely horrible.
Oh, you always sound great, Nif. Don't listen to them. Except for when you don't sound good.
They're not
but
here.
Like,
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. What if I don't sound good? What if I sound like I'm put through like a guitar amp right now with distortion on?
Poconator, we're actually starting in like 5-ish minutes, actually.
So what's your verdict on Cybers now?
What's my verdict? Oh, right. Now that I played the math mech.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chat, I think we played a decent amount of Cybers. We played Marine Says. We played Math Mech. We played Salad. It's like at least 3 Cybers decks.
And which one's your favorite?
Am I allowed to say like none?
Yeah, that's probably like a fan appeasing answer, I imagine.
I mean, Marine Says, I love the design of Marine Says. They're really cute, really pretty. I told chat before that, like, unfortunately, I just really don't like the link climb for Marine Says. It feels really like linear. So it's
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think the gameplay is definitely on the boring side for not just link decks in general, but also for Marinces. I think Marinces is unfortunately a very bland deck.
Whoa.
Like you have to really go out of your way to like do any the amount of spice that you get for Marinces is usually like black pepper, you know.
Okay, that's fair. Also, like, YouTube is trying to say that you sound like a Tenpai player. There's no way, chat. Nif plays Materia Actors. Nif plays B-Troopers. Nif is so based.
I mean, I did play.
Chandra's base. It's fine.
I've played Tenpai like for a climb one time exactly, which is on the day when it came out. I played one stream. I got it to Master 1, and that was like all the utility I got out of the deck. And I pulled the Royal level 10 synchro.
Ooh.
So yeah, I also have that same synchro on another account as well, Royal. So they really want me to play that. So you're not wrong. I'm pretty sure Konami also thinks the same way, that I sound like a Tenpai player, but I am very much not a Tenpai player.
Hello, Hikari.
My go second decks of choice are.
You made it just in time. I'm gonna be a little bit more lenient on the cutoff time for check-ins because I'm a nice person. Thank you for the follow.
But you're a nice person? I only joined because I thought you were a mean person.
Oh, okay, my bad. Let me bore you some more. Chat, we're gonna make him read the entirety of the branded lore. Again!
Oh no.
I'm just kidding.
There's even more lore now.
True, there is more lore. Nif, we're running it back?
Oh no. It's so long.
Yeah, remember that time we made you read the branded lore?
Yeah, I don't think we even got that far, but I will say one thing. We got freaking farther than the goddamn animated series. That's for sure.
No, we finished it. It just took a while.
Did we finish the entirety of it? I might have blanked out. I feel like we didn't like get to the very end, but maybe we did. Maybe it's.
Oh, because remember I had to do 2 streams for counting the dragon nails because they scammed me?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I can't believe that you got scammed
Mm-hmm.
for dragon nails of all things.
Alright, so really quick chat, last calls. Starling, are you here? Nazmas, are you here? Soul Bad Guy, are you here? Jinbei Gainen, are you here? It occurs to me that, like, technically, there's daylight savings in America, so the time may have been off by like an hour.
Well, I mean, there's daylight savings in other regions too. And they have been applied by now. And that is by far the worst thing about daylight savings for me, I feel like, or like any person that has to communicate with people abroad, is the fact that, like, not only is daylight savings stupid, but also it's not even applied on the same dates between like different regions. Like, why? It's so horrible.
Okay, so chat. When you see this bracket, this is not who you are playing. Okay? Just every time I do this, you'll give me a hard time, okay? When you see the bracket, this is not who you are playing. The bracket is just confirming who is and is not present, okay, chat? So y'all, when y'all see this bracket, this is not the official bracket. I'm just trying to see who's here, alright? So this is everybody who's checked in right now. We have about 14 players. We had about 20 players on roster. So I'm just really quick gonna give a last minute, just really quick before we actually set up here.
If you're not here, say something, type of thing.
You're so silly, Neil. Yeah, the room is massive. Yeah, 300 seconds, massive dual standard timing, standard ban list.
Have they changed it? What's the lowest timer you can set?
I don't know. I would have to like remake the room. There's no time.
Yeah, well, don't do that, I guess.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'm waiting for the 30-second rooms.
Goodness me. You're not. Okay, Chad, this is not the official bracket, please. Every time I do this. Nip, hold me back, Nip. Why
I gotta get there.
We are going to randomize the bracket in like a minute.
Copy pasting the names on like a notepad or something instead to prevent people from being able to think that way. I think that's the only way.
Hello, Aiden. Or like unfortunately, we've already capped out the tournament for today. The last check-in and sign-ups was about 15 minutes ago.
Actually, I think I have a solution for you. What you can do in the future is you just drag the browser to the right-hand side so that you only see the list of players there. So people can't, like, imagine.
I need to get, like, a call-by animation for you.
Oh, no.
Alright. Okay, chat. We're going to officially... Check-in is closed. We are going to officially set up the bracket. So. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Welcome to the San Salie Celebratory Tournament. Celebrating us funding the San Salie Field Center. Let me go ahead and we will shuffle our seeds, and this is going to be the official bracket. So we have 2 buys this round. 1 buy for Eric and 1 buy for Blake. We're going to have on any table you can find yourselves at. Crimson Hikari versus Patabu. Tycon versus Sanjia. Joe Sterry versus Random Guy. Cloakinator Cloaker versus Funa. Reno Bossman versus Breenie. And Min Huang, aka Twan, versus Wispy. Find yourselves on a dual table. You'll have 5 minutes to start the round. Rounds are going to be 30 minutes long. I should have made a chronograph. Y'all are just gonna have to, like... I'll give you time to finish up. If it somehow gets to 30 minutes, like... I'll give you all, like, warning. So good luck, everybody. Go to your... Find yourselves on your tables. Begin your duels. There's like 50 more billion tables. Go. Try to stay towards the top tables, relatively speaking. I can't stop you from going to lower tables, but like... It's obviously a lot easier if you stay at the top.
You heard her. Go at the bottom. You gotta start at the bottom and move up.
Why I order?
Only the finalists can play
Why I
on
order?
the top table.
Yeah, let me screen share to you now, so we can spectate.
It's okay. I can also just imagine what's happening.
What?
I can start casting like something completely unrelated, like a Duel Links auto duel or something.
A reminder, chat, that sometimes your opponents might be on YouTube or Twitch, so.
So if you want to trash talk them, you gotta open both streams and type in both of them. Is what I'm getting.
Find yourselves on your table, start your matches. Y'all can start immediately if y'all didn't already start. And then I think in about 2 or 3 minutes we can probably go hop into a spectate.
Well, I mean, I feel like you can probably jump into any of them that are up already.
I just want to make sure everybody actually went to their tables. So how many matches? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go! Okay. Nif, is there a particular deck that you might want to see? I have the deck list. Call out an archetype, any archetype.
Well, I mean, I feel like I feel like it's fine to go with random, right?
Okay.
Well, or you can look at it, as long as it's not like a cool tune mirror match, we're probably okay, right?
Okay, avoiding cool tune. You know, Nif, why don't you pick a table? There's 6 tables to choose from.
Wait, give me a second. I'll use the die command in my chat. Okay.
Can you spectate the room?
Dice.
Sure.
Okay, it rolled a 1, so we gotta check the top table.
Let me copy the spectator ID. I suppose if y'all want the spectator ID. Which one was it? Yeah, sorry.
The first one.
Table 1? Wow.
Yeah,
right.
I rolled a die and I got a 1.
Let's go.
I mean, we're like a proper Konami stream now. You know, you gotta spectate the top table.
The top tables. Oh, thank you for coming out now.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem. I
hold
mean,
you
I was
for,
about
like-
to head to bed, but
I'll hold you for 1 tour. We'll let you go.
I mean, I have like, I don't know, like 20-ish minutes in me, but yeah, I probably do need to go to bed soonish. You know what? I can stick around for like the end of the round. I think that sounds about fine. You know,
Surely.
it's like 25 minutes or something.
Yeah, this is a best of 1 format. Sorry, I should have told you all that. This is best of 1.
Did the players not know ahead of time? Or?
It said so in the signups, but you know people don't read. Like...
Yeah, but people can't read. Yeah, like that's a little bit crazy. Ooh, okay. This is
Strikers versus
the classic.
Azamina.
Yeah, Azamina with Lava Golem, but Sky Striker not really the type of deck to end on 2 monsters usually.
Yeah, this is true. That is the risk you take, though.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. I mean, after they tag out, maybe, but that tends to be a little bit late. For Yu-Gi-Oh players, we don't read. That's true. Alright, well, we have a negate. We have some annoying target protection, and then if you don't tag out early enough, yeah, we also eat your monster. No kaiju needed. Azamina can just do that for free. I didn't really pay attention to the very beginning though, so I'm gonna be honest, I'm not quite sure what the face downs are, but I assume there's probably a Widow Anchor, there's probably a linkage, maybe something else, so I don't think it's gonna be lethal, but still, depending on the resources remaining here, it might be a little bit hard for the striker player after the fact as well.
This is true. I mean, that is a large beat stick. 4K is nothing to blink at, yeah.
Yeah,
and it can't be destroyed by card effects.
Yeah, the destruction protection is kind of neat. It also reduces attack, so you know attacking over it is kind of annoying.
Okay, we have a
call by. That would have been pretty nice against the Sylvia potentially, but
Hey, that's not
I guess
paw, that's an
because we
island
want,
fence.
yeah.
Wait a second. That's not with an ankle, that's Sky Striker's mobilized!
Ooh,
The impulse.
damn, that impulse
That hurts. Ooh.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, the Call by the Grave was only used because, you know, we need to send something off, and it's the only target, so we might as well try to get some value out of it. But, yeah, the impulse checking that, now we're even more dependent on having something in the hand, and I don't believe we have an engage ready, so we're probably gonna be ripping off the top. I suppose there's a chance we have.
I mean, depending on how this
something...
goes down, I've seen many of Sky Strikers players draw engage off engage.
Yeah, I mean, there's engage, there's obviously other board breakers, which would help. But that being said, like, again, we did end up eating our Call by the Grave, which would have been really convenient against that Ilya Sylvia, which is able to negate any card here. So looking pretty dire, I would say. Basically, you gotta deal with this with 2 cards out of your 3 cards, because one of them is getting negated.
Oh, I guess, again, they didn't read the rules. It's like a 5 minute. It's 5 minutes when round starts before y'all report a buy. Anywho.
Yeah, forcing out the negate at least. I'm not quite sure how many spells there are in the graveyard. There's probably 3 though, so yeah, the negate not really a huge surprise.
We got a handful.
Yeah,
there's 2
there's
copies of Mobilize engage.
Another linkage. Okay, that could help.
Okay. Well, it is a double elim tournament, so you can come back.
Every effect activation is going to reduce our attack, and if our attack reaches 0, then we're just negated. So honestly, I mean, I guess I don't believe that Azamina has any other protection outside of the destruction, right? So
hey, ooh, we popped the super poly.
Yeah, super poly, but that was phased down as a bluff since we didn't have a card in the hand. Yeah. Also, there's not really a super poly target for the 2 girls, so on their own, anyways. Yeah, Zeke is threatening to potentially out Azamina, unless I'm forgetting that there's some other protection.
It went through. It went through.
And I mean, that's all clear to get our engage back now, it looks like.
This is.
Now we also get our Rose back for free because we removed the card from the opponent's extra monster zone. So another free body, just because, why not?
Really unfortunate on DC in round 1. Hello, Jinbei. Unfortunately, we did already start the tournament. I'm sorry.
Oh, another super poly. Oh.
Another
and we
engage?
also had an engage in the hand.
Oh
okay,
well,
I mean, this
why
is
you in the room with us?
This is a certified Sky Striker moment, I believe.
How long ago? Check-in closed like 10 minutes ago. Like 10-15 minutes ago. Unfortunately.
I guess this is why you're never supposed to write a Sky Striker player off. I mean, that's...
Well, I mean, duel's never over till the last card's played, right?
Yeah, well... I mean, sometimes you can call it early, though, and it's looking like the call is coming from inside of the Sky Striker house.
Sorry, Jinbei. I know sometimes it's hard to do time zone calculations because of, like, daylight savings. That's why I started stream, like, 40 minutes early to try to get people's attention.
Yeah, I mean, you did make a post in the Discord that was, like, set to show local time as well, I'm pretty sure, so hopefully shouldn't need to do calculations there. Speaking of calculations, I was gonna say we are 700 attack short, but another
Ooh.
Rose from the hand.
Rose
She can't.
in hand.
They can't keep her off the field. She has to return.
This is true. This is true. Congratulations. We have a on our top table. We have the first round winning to Billy. But remember, chat, this is a double elim tournament. So congratulations.
Even if you
Billy.
lose, you move on to the losers bracket, which sounds kind of harsh, but
now we want to get to the bottom table, right? Like clearly.
All right, let's get to the bottom of this.
Let's get to the bottom of things, chat. The bottom of things. You're not in the Discord. I mean, again, it had it on the forum. Like, I'm not trying to blame you or anything. I'm just trying to say that, like, relatively speaking, there's only
I mean, I
so
think
much
there's
I
an
can
easy, there's probably an easy way to fix that, right?
You're so cute, Nip. You're so cute.
Oh,
it is
you
a
mentioned
best
that
of
you...
one. Best of one, but this is double elim. So if y'all lost round one, y'all can still play through the losers bracket to try to make your way back up.
Yeah, I was gonna say do. Oh wow, the candle also hitting the graveyard. But yeah, I heard you say that you hadn't seen much of Hecka hands
Yeah, we're
and
about
seen
to,
the
we're about
Chimera.
to get some hands, you know.
Yeah, we're definitely catching some of them. Very interesting development though, considering the opponent's head pass, and there's a Dragon Maid. Wow,
okay.
that's okay.
Okay,
I'm
got
very
a
curious as to
Discord
what the
on
phase
Nib.
down is.
Okay, let's go for a fusion summon. Have you touched?
Yeah, that guy can.
Have you put your hands on this guy?
Yeah, I
You just report it here. Just let me know if you want. Just say it in the chat. I'll catch it. I promise.
I've played too many games of Hecka hands to be honest. For any one person already, it's rough out here. The deck sounds very funny, but unfortunately, its functionality is not all that high. Most of the builds that you see are basically Chimera with, you know, like 6 or 7 Hecka hands cards in the deck, and that's it. So they often don't even play both the counter traps, which are like the main selling point. Sometimes they do play both.
So how does that look if you don't run both? Like, you just pick a lane then?
Yeah, you just choose one.
Huh.
This list does look to be more focused on illusions in general, so I'm not even sure if this is necessarily a Chimera build. They might just be playing like a very small Chimera engine because the Gazelle can search for any illusion when it's used as a fusion material. So it's still like one of the better normal summons for a deck that has 0 normal summons in archetype.
Another Book of Moon. Holy.
Yeah, another Book of Moon. Are we on a budget
That's
list here? That's that is very.
I mean, it really is just pass and play right now. Whoever sees it, you know.
Very scary though, because Dragon Maids at this point, if they
got
do
the Link
get
summon
to a
coming.
normal
What do
summon,
we
it's...
We have SP Little Knight coming down.
You know,
just
imagine
enough
spending...
to beat over. Just enough to beat over.
Imagine spending all of those Book of Moons to prevent the Link summon, worrying about something like, I don't know, Vertane to Branded Fusion, but it was just a non-banish SP Little Knight giving you that draw 1. And still, we don't manage to draw into anything because that's
chat,
the way of the Hecka hands.
This is peak dueling, alright, chat?
Oh, baby.
Ash? No.
No mill for you. No mill equals
Chat, if you're not setting
no
a card every
summon.
turn, are you even dueling? Like, come on.
What we have
double Ash
literally
blossom.
reversed the roles. We started with Tran setting an 1800 defense hand trap.
Oh no!
Okay, Baphomet does proc. It does proc. Ooh, wait, this is huge. This is actually really huge because Baphomet is going to hit the graveyard and then its effect is going to activate because it was used as fusion material. So now we can revive an illusion monster from the graveyard as well.
Wait. It's so good!
Which also should include our previous fusion, I believe.
Yeah. They stole the Dragon Maid!
Yeah, that our Dragon Maid now.
Our card. Hello, Lance. You
Yeah.
lose it to a
Still going into a little bit of plays, but you know, the recycle, the extra search, the dump. We might get another revive maybe. Yeah, it is looking very, very dangerous for the dragon mains up top.
Oh, wait, man. Welcome back. Okay, Twitch chat, you're about to head into ads. So I think following this duel, we're gonna let the ads finish up before starting the next round.
You can always avoid the ads by using the Twitch Prime that you have. Prime Gaming.
You're so good.
Yeah, I know. I'm like fully focused on it for sure right now.
I mean, that's definitely going to be enough to present lethal on board, so...
Yeah, I mean, even without
forth
lethal,
for half the duel.
even without lethal, it would have been very hard for dragon mains to claw their way out of that one. But yeah, I'm a big fan, honestly. I don't know if I would say. Well, I guess it was back and forth, but I think it's also a very funny case of, you know, one person. Obviously, bricking is always unfortunate, but it's very funny seeing how we reverse the roles and somehow both players got their chance of sitting on a hand trap in defense position on the field.
Oh my gosh, this duel is still going on. So I guess we're gonna start from the beginning.
Yeah, we can get that one, I think.
Thank you, Wispy. We're checking you in right now. It's gonna be the last duel of this first round.
Alright, and it's gonna be cooldown versus cooldown. No.
we have some White Forest going on.
White Forest. Technically, a deck that could splash in a new box deck if we really wanted to. It could be combined with Elf Notes, or it could be combined with Hecka Hands if they so desired. I don't think Hecka Hands is gonna happen, and even Elf Notes, I don't know, it's maybe not super likely, but...
So, this deck was submitted as White Forest plus Supwizzles. So I guess the surprise here is, you know, the Millennium Insane.
Maybe we're gonna see something else. Maybe it's gonna actually be Exodia. You don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately we did already cap and start the tournament, so we have no more entries. Hello, Cole.
Is it too late to join the finals of the tournament?
You can be there emotionally.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there in my dreams. Yeah, looks like we're pretty much going unimpeded here. Okay, what's your opinion on the Elf Note field, by the way?
I think it looks pretty cute. I think I'm still like similar to this aesthetic. I think I'm a little bit more privy to the Ghost board.
I feel like it's giving Christmas vibes, but like tacky Christmas sweater vibes.
I see it. They're like poinsettias. I do see that.
Yeah, and also like a little bit all over the place color scheme. Well, I mean, obviously it's green and red, which is fine, but then we're also like tacking on like slightly neonish yellow and a little bit of blue, and then like a different shade of red, and it's like I feel like it's a tad much.
Pause. The Dark Magician has hit the board. We grab the Gates of Timaeus.
Man, I hate that card, by the way. I despise it with all my being. I think it stands for, well, maybe not everything, but a lot of what is wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh! Extra decks these days.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
No shade, but I just really don't like the card.
I don't like that direction for Dark Magician either, because I feel like that just makes Dark Magician like the end board is just Dragoon now. And that just doesn't feel Dark Magician. And it's so generic. I mean, it's so generic.
Yeah.
It flashes in everything.
Yeah, my main problem is that it's entirely generic. There's no long before, there's no long after, and it also just like slopifies a bunch of other engines.
So we're gonna highway King Caesar a Baron. We hit the board with a Mitsurugi normal summon into Droplet.
Ooh, okay, well...
Okay, Droplet send 3.
Yeah, we definitely needed something like a Droplet here, because otherwise I was about to start counting like I'm
We got
Count
the fourth
Chocula
wake
or
of the
whatever.
century, and Habakiri is in hand. We're gonna hit the gates of Tamias now.
Now we're detaching our own material here, just to get the card in the graveyard, I guess.
Hello, Dragoon.
Just for fun.
There it is, chat. The end board of all time. Dark Magician
we have
makes
our...
Dragoon.
We have our first negate. Well, I guess our only negate, and we technically have a pop here as well.
Okay.
Yeah, pre-prep actually huge.
Yeah.
I mean,
You open droplet and a pre-prep.
yeah, well, for that board, that was very needed.
It's the board of all time. We might just break through it at this point, yeah. Here we go.
We can also quickly try to count how many negates that is. I guess that was technically 3 Omni negates, plus 2 summon negates, plus a non-targeting pop, which
just
that's
off.
Pretty crazy, but somehow, some way, we have managed to clear it for the most part.
We're gonna get a little bit of damage in off the Lacuma here. We're gonna chain the players right to it.
Yeah, Dragoon not destroyable, but you
So
might
does
have
this
a
deck
couple
get the
ways of
body,
dealing with
like,
it.
high enough to beat over the Dragoon? Or...
Well, we have a way to reduce the attack. That's like one thing.
We're cut off from tributing it, so...
Yeah,
What?
there's also
We're making a
the extra deck,
Typhon?
yeah.
Oh, it's the Typhon angle.
Okay, we're actually choosing to go for it, yeah.
I think that's properly correct here. If you don't have an answer, you can leave the Dragoon. But we don't see them set a card here, so...
It technically was going to leave on its own during the next end phase, but yeah, it would have been quite annoying. And then our pseudo-negate would also just fuel an even bigger Dragoon, so yeah, it probably was our only option as a result there.
So last match of the round, and then we're gonna get fired up for the next round too. We have an Ash, but we have the Callbar. Ooh.
This is definitely a game of answers, huh? There's a lot of scenarios where it's like, well, this does not look very promising into I have an answer, but then actually I also have an answer.
Yeah, this might honestly clean it up from here with that Ash Blossom paving the road through. I think.
Yeah, I mean Fiendsmith in the graveyard as well. Yeah, probably
Engraver
going
hits the board. We have Requiem, and I think that's just enough monsters in the extra deck to finish up the combo.
Yeah, I think maybe even the Cold White Grave didn't even matter that much because, you know, Engraver just alone cleans up the... Oh, wow, wait.
Interesting.
Did we not
have a normal summon? We had a normal summon. We're not hitting the board with the LZ?
I'm trying to think, what did we shuffle back for Engraver from the graveyard? Well, I guess there's no top deck anyways.
No, we sent Lacuma. I suppose it didn't matter. Unfortunately, no top deck on the other end. Congratulations to Funa in that round. But chat, remember, double elim. The duels never...
losing once is not the end after all.
Alright, so starting up on the next round of Also Nymph, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was nice.
Chat, everyone say bye to Nymph. Say bye to Nymph. Being peer pressured onto the stream by y'all.
No, it was my pleasure. But yeah, I'll see you around. I'll be in the chat for a couple more minutes before I try to, you know, fade out of consciousness and pass out.
Good night.
All right, bye-bye. Have a good one. Good luck with the tournament.
Thanks, Nymph. What a nice little Ash Blossom. Alright, chat. So, we have... in the next winners bracket, we have Eric versus Crimson, Tycon versus Jostelli, Funa versus Weenie, Wispy versus Blake. Then in losers bracket, we're going to have Sandhya versus Random Guy, Koka versus Boss Man, Min and Pataboo. You are going to have buys for this next round. So Pataboo and Min, you have buys. Sandhya, Random Guy, find yourselves on a table. Coconator and Boss Man Reno, find yourselves on a table. Funa and Bweenie, find yourself on a table. Wispy and Blake, find yourselves on a table. Jostri and Tycho, find yourselves on a table. Eric and Crimson, find yourself on a table. I wish there was like a better way to organize this, unfortunately. I swear next time we're going to use Battlefy. Yeah, y'all can head to the tables and immediately start. So again, that's Eric and Crimson, Tycon and Jostelli, Funa and Bweenie, Wispy and Blake, Pataboo and Min, you have buys. Pataboo has a buy, Min has a buy. Y'all stand by for the round. Sandhya versus Random Guy and Koka versus Boss Man. And hello, spectators, enjoyers, duelists of all kinds. Welcome. We're here for one heck of a time. Heckahan Sky Strikers as Amina all around. Boy, sure do we have duels to be found. So y'all can start whenever. We'll wait a little bit before joining onto a duel table. I'm gonna just keep scrolling back and forth between the brackets so people know where they're at. Okay, I believe there should be 6 duels going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think everyone has found their way to the tables. Thank you for the follow, Cole. Alright, let's see. Since we didn't see our duelist with the buy last time, chat, let's go ahead and see what's going on with them. So we'll start from the beginning of the duel. What in the pile deck? I'm sure there's a lot of pile decks. Nothing wrong with San Salie Field Center again, please wheel into it. Also, big announcement, we do have a giveaway of the San Salie Anniver-Salie merch pack. Thanks to a very generous donor. So as y'all caught in the last round, we have Wispy here on a pretty interesting... So we have Hecka Hands with a lot of more of the illusion cards leaning towards Chimera. Y'all haven't seen Blake's deck hit just yet, so we're gonna keep that a secret till it passes the turn over. It looks like we have a couple looksies at the top of the deck. We have Dominus Forge, Ash Blossom, and Primite Lordly Lord. So, we do know this is a deck that is playing Primite of some kind. Are you out because you got a buy? No, you would go to loser's bracket if you lost this duel, Eric. You would go to loser's bracket. Yeah, so this is a double Elim tournament, so everyone has to lose twice before they get kicked out. Thank you, double Elim. Oh no, you bricked? Goodness me. Alright, we do also have a Royal on the Mirror Sword. Very fancy. We haven't seen any interactions from Blake, so this really comes down to if there are board breakers in hand. I like and I was saying last duel, sometimes you have to have the answers. Nowadays in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you do see a lot of decks leaning more into a breaker strategy than actually playing with hand traps and interactions. A little bit of this actually leaned a lot towards how K9 happens to play with activation of monster effects from hands. Though some of it is also just based on the type of deck and, you know, the playstyle that it presents. There's a lot of decks who do very much actually synergize a decent amount with board breakers. You'll see Skyshockers do it all the time. But anything that puts down a decent amount of gas off of one card starter, which the average card quality does present that, you'll see them lean towards board breakers a lot of the time. Really. Hello, hello. Squeak, welcome on in. The coop forever. That's pretty rough on the counter trap into the Lord Lilo, but we still have 4 cards in hand. So let's see. We have another Wishes for Eyes of... Is that all 3 copy? Oh god. Oh god. Chat, this is the Blue Eyes experience. We have the 3 of a kind on the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. But I suppose since that's resolving, that's going to at least get us to 2 more cards into our combo. Sage hits our board, chat. And are we going to be able to add a light tuna from deck to hand? We've won the other Hecka hand trap as well. The strong thing about this too is being able to steal the Sage here. Means that if you had a way potentially to flow back the Sage, you unfortunately can't. So we have War with Eyes of Blue. Or War of the Blue Eyes. That's going to get us a Blue Eyes on the board. So I suppose we're finally with, you know, some kind of monster. One of our 3 Wishes for Eyes of Blue is going to go ahead and use its effect in Wave. So we're gonna head on into, you know, very titular Blue Eyes monster, a Tyrant Dragon. Now, one nice thing about this card is that if we don't have an answer to this hitting the board, which is also unaffected by trap cards or effects, you can actually clear the board here, because it can attack every single monster. But that's not a trap card tag. Now, Anil's Blue Eyes Ultimate is going to come in and try to stop this from going through. Something that targets a Blue Eyes monster. We're live now though, chat, so this is going to actually resolve. Let's see what else we have. On Blake's side, it's not looking too terrible. We don't have a huge board passing through over this, but... I suppose, chat, any little bit of pace you make moving out the board is better than 0. Super Poly. And we do have the light monsters on the board. That is unfortunate. Seems like Whispery has everything this door, which is not great for a Blue Eyes player who bricked on 3 copies of Wishes for Eyes Blue. And the Ghastly Glitch. This board is stacked. Let's gonna go ahead and pop Majesty of the Light. I don't know if this last set card's gonna be enough, chat. Your opponent won. Alright, I'll get that. It's gonna be around win to the 5. Whispery won, understood. But don't worry, Blake. It is a double elim, so you have another round. You've never bricked before? You had 3 of a kind. That's crazy. actually insane. Alright. So the other duelists we did not get to check in actually already finished their duel. Meanwhile, the rest of the round, let's see. We have a couple of duelists. Let's see. We have Polka and Reino here. And this is going to be the winner of this continues in the loser's bracket. The loser, unfortunately, is going to be their second loss. Again, this is double Elin Blake. Just shake it off, Slowly. Shake it off. You'll remember this day. Real and true, man. 60 Claw Blue Eyes. We have Mitsurugi starting off strong, and that is a royal ritual in hand. Don't be discouraged, chat. Anyone can win. How it's looking though, looks like we might just build the entire Mitsurugi board. Which again, we mentioned, chat. Honestly, a lot of modern decks leaning towards board breakers rather than as many hands. Oh, unfortunate. I suppose we can speed up the duel if that's the case. Yeah, we gotta speed through the Mitsurugi. Okay, give it a hot minute. We make IP set 3 pass. Pretty rough board. We have a Super Poly will do it, chat. Super Poly will do it. Chat, this is like the third Super Poly that has... The third Super Poly that's resolved this tournament so far. That's crazy. Everyone and their mother's uncle. One in Super Poly. Goodness. Davis is getting trampled by the Canadians. That's crazy. Yeah, well, we'll watch this one play. We'll watch this one. Yeah, I appreciate you coming out and playing with us. A lot of these duels have been feeling pretty back and forth, too, to be honest. Of course, I see like the occasion. There's the Blicky. I will say there's been a decent amount of back and forth between the other duels. Remember, chat, you give your opponent an int, so take it. Santia beat you. Oh. It's rough out here. Alright, is that everyone in the round? Let me double check. That might be everyone in the round. No, we have one more duel. We have one more duel going on. So chat, let's really quick hop onto the brackets. So this is going to get a little bit confusing. Hi, Coke. Which one of you won between you and Dosteli? Oh, you won? Okay, wonderful. So it's gonna look a little bit confusing. So the loser's bracket is going to be one bracket behind the next round. I know it's going to look confusing, this is going to be the next round. This row is going to be the next round for the loser's bracket. Which, interestingly enough, we have one bye for the loser's bracket. And then, for the winner's bracket, it's going to be It's going to be like the almost like the pre-semis. Pre-semis for winners. I also like this website because it's really easy to fix the bracket if I mess something up. Let's hop on to this duel. GG to all of the duelists playing. Alright, now let's see. We have a Royal Fualos hitting the board, chained by a Radiant Typhoon Vision. Interesting. We'll grab Upstart. Grab Tactics into Engage, and we will pass. We have Engraver coming down into Trap. When do Temple hits board first? So we're gonna link start our linkage. Hello to the board A0. So looks like we're gonna chain that to the Windu Temple. And try to stop that from going through. We're gonna have a second Flawless. Wait. It's gonna be a 1-card draw in exchange for Kagari hitting the board. And that's gonna cycle back our engage. We have a Maxi, alright. We are drawing cards, chat. We are drawing cards. And that's going to be pretty rough for the Asmina player here, chat. Funa's gonna be giving a lot of card advantage. It's going to be at least 3 cards. And that's assuming we're just barely skimming by with the combo. And we are going to fire off the Fiendsmith. So you know what, chat? Sky Strikers and Sky's the limit. We're gonna go through the entire Fiendsmith combo, it seems like. So I guess the question is, can we get lethal through this board? If we're gonna take the Maxi challenge, you know, you might as well go all the way. We're gonna have Ray come back. We're gonna have Rose hit the board again. We have 3 bodies locking up board. Sequence is going to come out. And we have the Sanity in hand. So that's gonna get us another body, but this is still a pretty wide board, all things considered. We do have to present 8,000 damage. Lakumon's gonna get us 1,200 in grade. Yeah, this is true. Like, they could easily play through the Max C. It just depends on what gas they have in hand. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and that's presenting 2,800. Well, I don't think double Lakuma is going to be enough to send out the duel. But this is a lot of cards in hand. SP Little Knight, we're gonna banish away. We're gonna find out if we run the second copy of Ray. We have 2, we saw 2 Rose. So not impossible to have another. Okay, Ash Blossom is going to hit down on the Wanted. I don't know why they auto-modded that. Yeah, giving Striker that many cards could end up relatively poorly. Into another Deception of Simple Spoils. Yeah, that's a lot of cards, chat. That's a lot of cards. Now, of course, the duel's never over till the last card's played, but not entirely looking hot. All we need is just a couple of quick play Sky Striker spells. And that's gonna be enough to present lethal. We do have another way. So we've confirmed at least 2 copies of each. We have Shark Cannon being added to hand. And I think at this point, this should be the line to lethal. I don't think there's anything Funa's got engraved. But like they say, chat, duel's never over until the last card is played. Alright, and that is going to finish up our round. But remember, chat, this is double elim. So let's go ahead and get our brackets up for the next round. GG's to everybody. So, get yourselves on the table. We have Hikari versus Taikon. We have Breenie versus Whispery. We're going to have Blake versus Padabu. Funa versus Sandhya. Joe Stelly versus Reno. And Eric versus Min. aka Twan. So y'all find yourselves to your tables. That's Crimson Hikari versus Taiko. Winnie versus Whispery. Blake versus Padabu. Funa versus Sandhya. Joe Stelly versus Reno Bossman. And Eric versus Min Twan. Am I doing like a followers Tourney? Hello, Triple to 6. Something like that. It's a celebratory tournament, so technically anyone can join. Find yourselves to your tables. If y'all can't find your tables, let me know. Sky Strikers is a pretty forgiving. Y'all can immediately start, by the way. The second y'all hit the tables, y'all can start the round. Like, I'm not really... Always have finished relatively quickly, so... We haven't hit the 30 mark minute for the round yet, so y'all are chilling. I doubt the duels are going to take long enough that we need to call time. Very good dueling from both of you, by the way. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm hosting another tournament next month, which has an interesting twist to it. Every now and then I host a tournament where the winning deck list is the deck list I build card for card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So we're hosting one next month, so... Today is a little bit more of a casual tournament. Next one, whatever you want to see me play. So if you love a particular deck and you want to see me play it, go ahead and take it to the finals next month and get a win with it. And I will build it card for card, not including rarities, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I'm not too shabby. I play over 40 unique decks, so I'm sure I can learn to pilot anything. But yeah, just in case y'all didn't hear, it's Min Huang Twan, aka Twan versus Eric. Dwayne Jexy. We have Joe Stelly versus Reno Bossman. Funa versus Sandhya. Blake versus Padabu. Breenie versus Whispery. And Taiko versus Vincent Hikari. I've been meaning to set up like the battle fight or the challenge. I've just been lazy. Remember, chat, the duel's never over till the last card's played, and for those of y'all still at the top tables, it is double elim. For those of y'all in losers brackets, it's rough out here, but remember, duel is never over till the last card's played. Give your opponent an inch, they'll take a mile. Alright, there was one duelist we have not been able to spectate yet. So we're gonna go ahead and we are going to spectate Eric and Min's match. Because we have yet to see a feature match from Eric, and I want to make sure everyone gets some time on the duel table. We have a set 1 pass. This either means a heavy hand trap hand. Or, ooh, Taiko kill. well, I guess we're playing from hand. Potentially. We have Reasoning, but Ash Blossom is going to meet it. And we're going to drop the Fuwalos on the chain immediately after. This is definitely a hand trap hand of all time. We're gonna find out if that's gonna be enough. So we're gonna set 3 pass. Do we have a starter? On Min's side, we do not. And that is rough. We have another Fuwalos. Goodness me. So Treasures of the King is going to grab us in Anniver. We're gonna go ahead and search our man chat. So for those of you all potentially not familiar with this matchup. This is basically the new upper fist deck, aka like the man deck. Which like plays with a lot of trap monsters, plays with specifically the man you see on the board. And you might not have seen a lot of them coming out right now. But Min has a Draco Tail Dragon Maid Hybrid. It is a fusion-based mid-range specific version. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a lot of the mid-range right now. No fault, by the way. To Min here, just everything on the opening hands. We have 2 copies of mana on board. We got a healthy amount of traps in grave. And we're gonna see how this turn plays out. Yeah, we are live, so give our duelist just a little bit of time. Anubis hits board. This is a solid 5,000 damage on board right now. And if we don't have an answer from Twan, that is going to be lethal presented on board. Ooh, Nabil. Pause. Do we have an answer to the Nabil? We have something chainable. Also, wow, this is a rough opening hand for Draco Tail Dragon Maid. A very rough opening hand. Stay 4-card hand trap hand. We got by on virtue of Draco Tail Flame. We have Nib hitting the board. We're going to at least save ourselves potentially from lethal here. There's definitely a couple cards that could go toe to toe with the stat line on there. I think this is the first walk of the tournament. It's all gonna really come down to if there are any lines. And if there are no lines from Eric's side, do we have a starter on me? Looks like we're going to re-establish the Anubis, which I don't think this is like a once per turn thing. I think you can just... I think you can just summon Anubis as many times as you want. You know, I suppose you might as well from this position. Good night, Reno. Thank you for coming out. I hope you had a good time. I appreciate you coming out, Reno. I would like to say that you've been putting in some hard work with Yasmina. I have not seen... We've seen the Dragoon hit once. But the rest of the board, very formidable, very formidable. Looks like we're going to trade with the Nabil. We're in main phase 2, and unless we have like a Link Spider angle, I think we're just gonna have to pass. This is some big pressure on Min's side because that is an 8k nib token. Next turn over, that can switch over to attack. And that's gonna be the duel over. Ooh. Paula Dragon Maid. The second time now we've seen this hit this tournament. Alright, Joe Stilly, let me check your in for the round then. Congrats on your win. Magic Deflector. But that doesn't stop regular spell and trap. So we're gonna go ahead and go into Our Lady's Dragon Maid. The recent support added to Dragon Maid in the past year. Taking 2 monsters from field or grave. Being able to float a Dragon Maid from deck. And if we don't have a response here on Eric's side, we're going to get some Chamber Dragon Maid action going on. And with the Dragon Maid changeover, remember chat, this is a normal spell that should be able to fire off this turn. If you are reading the Magic Deflector. It's all spell effects on the field, so if you have anything engraved that counts as one of these 3, you can still activate it engraved. Looks like we did the reading, and we see the line. Changeover is going to be on board. We still have 1 card in hand and 1 card set. So at any moment, we could see a little bit of tagging coming on. Looks like we're gonna take Our Lady. We're gonna take our chamber into a shield here. Which honestly a pretty good angle on the shield. It's gonna let us float anytime anything is activated. A solid 3.5k body. Considering that we've been like extremely bricked on Min's side. Shield's definitely the line. Do I think Dragon Maid is a job? I think Dragon Maid is a lifestyle, you know? I think it's definitely a lifestyle. I don't know if, I think it's more than just a job. I think it's a lifestyle. I think your job could be laundry, you know? Like, your job just could be a laundry person. But they were laundry Dragon Maid. Therefore, like, it has to be. Has to be their job. We're gonna have Lady hit the board off the shield, which is, again, this modern Dragon Maid and board. If y'all haven't seen it, Dragon make more dragon. Dragon bring out woman. Woman such card potential. And this all happens in the standby phase, by the way. Sky Striker has died. Goodness me. Oh, wait, Peter. What was my move? Sorry if I'm not keeping up too much with that. Yuan versus Bweenie. Thank you, Whispy. I'll get y'all in. Don't worry, Bweenie. Remember that this is a double elim. You still are in it. You just have to fight your way out of the loser's bracket. So sit tight, Bluey. You still got a chance. Fight your way back from the loser's bracket and you can make it back to finals. Duels never over till the last card's played. Relatively speaking, once Dragon Maid gets a little bit of gas, if you don't have enough cards to directly break through the board, it is a little... Ooh, the Lava Golem coming down. That is going to float right over the house Dragon Maid and over the Philia. So Philia is like one of the newer Dragon fusions. You kind of only really see it in like maybe Draco Tail, but mainly Dragon Maid because you need a Dragon fusion monster. It's just not a like named Dragon Maid, but it's basically a Dragon Maid. But the problem being that's a 3k body, so we're taking 1k off the Lava Golem, but still looking in the favor of Tran here. We're gonna see how many copies of Lady Dragon Maid we have, if any. Changeover also really strong. As long as we have any Dragon Maid on board, Changeover is gonna add itself back to hand. Add said Dragon Maid back to hand. So we're gonna float some materials. We're going to go ahead and dump another one of our level 7 Dragon Maids. Do we have another copy? We do. We have an extra copy of Lady's Dragon Maid in the end for that. So that's gonna hit board. We're probably gonna float out a chamber here. Ooh, another parlor. Interesting. I guess to keep the loop going, that makes sense. You do want a parlor so that you can go change over at that parlor. I can see that one. From here, if we don't have any other normal summons or special summons to establish, or no normal summons, I think we gotta just flip the Lava Golem to attack and kind of just get in for a little bit of chip damage, I think. We're kind of thinking, so it looks like we have some potential lines. We know changeovers in hand. I'm not sure what other Dragon Maid cards we've added or drawn into since then. Okay, it looks like we're heading to... Can Lava Golem not attack? I'm confused. Am I crazy, chat? Can Lava Golem not attack? And before it was Dragon Link all along? I'm just saying, chat, Seal's pass from this position goes kind of crazy. Have we seen anything jank yet? Hello, Killer. Huh, have we seen anything jank? We have a lot of Hekahan going on. We're on some Dragon Maid right now. I wouldn't really consider Dragon Maid jank. We do have a shield coming down. So unless we have a second Lava Golem, which isn't impossible. Board is looking pretty strong. Hello, chamber. Now, the thing here with this Dragon Maid board is we still have a changeover in hand. So even if we are to clear this, you need to end it this turn. Otherwise, it's just going to reestablish the same board with the changeover. Show also is going to do a little bit of a tag out anytime you activate a card effect. Now, if you have a monster, this is unironically a Typhon angle. Which is kind of dumb. But this is unironically a Typhon angle. In like the worst way possible. What? We have mana with the more kidding board. But we have drawn into Valor. We have had about, give or take, what? So let's see, 128, 4 turns to the Dragon Maid player now. Man, with the Typhon, we're gonna find out. Still anyone's board state, do we have the materials? I don't think we have the materials to bring out the Anubis. We do have 2 set, so... maybe we've just been waiting to set enough cards. Hello, Ultimate Boy Headhunt. Welcome on in. Oh, Crimson Hikari, which one of y'all got it? Really quick. Hikari one? Okay. I thought I typed that in, but... okay. You won't be betting your house on any of these games. Killer, you really gotta stop betting on these duels. It's not looking hot for you. Apodus is on the board, so... but Shio is here, and that is a rough board to play into. Dragon Maid has a decent amount of loot. A lot of recurring resources. Shio is not only a tall wall to beat over, but also an army. I do like Celestials. I'm the 36th best Celestials player in the world. I could have scored higher if I didn't leave my deck at home. Hello, J-Tastic. Go on in. You can't be betting people's wives. Goodness me. Congrats, man. That was definitely a grind game. Definitely a grind game. And the Dragon Maid does do a grind game pretty well, chat. Let's see. It looks like we have one duel left in the round, which is Blake versus Hadaboo. Funa, did you report what your score was for the turn? Oh, I mean, for Funa and Sanjia, how did your match take out? I think I missed that one. This is the just for fun duel? Oh, y'all are just... Oh, did y'all finish up already? Sanjia lost. Alright, let me... We'll have this playing in the background then, I guess, as we catch up on, Let's catch up on the match scores. So, Funa... And then, who on between? Very good duel, Min and Eric. Very good duel. Oh, Blake already won? Understood. Okay, good. Okay, so how this is going to shake out, chat, for the next round. 2 people are going to have buys because they're going to see who goes to losers semifinals. And then between a winner's bracket, the next round afterwards for winner's bracket, they're going to have to wait to see who makes it out between runner-up from winner's bracket, like first loser from winner's bracket versus the final player from loser's bracket. So, I'm just going to bring up the tournament bracket now. Apologies for covering the duel, but... So in winner's bracket, we have Hikaru versus Whiskey. So y'all are going to duke it out, and the loser of this is going to have to wait next round for a duel. Tycon, you are going to have a bye. Weenie, you are going to have a bye this round. Blake and Funa, you are going to match up to see who goes to the semifinals for losers... Quarterfinals for losers bracket. Joe Stelly and Min, aka Twan. Y'all are going to be dueling to see who makes it to the other side of the semifinals bracket. The semifinals then will take place for losers bracket, and the winner of losers bracket will face off the losers from winners bracket to see who makes it to finals. Then the winner, because this is a double elim tournament, the winner from winners bracket, whoever comes from either the losers bracket or if the semifinalists from winners bracket makes their way back, the winner's gonna have to lose twice. So you're going to be rewarded for going undefeated. If y'all have clawed your way out from losers bracket back up into the main bracket, y'all have to fight a little bit of an uphill battle. But in the defense of the person still in winners bracket, they did win. So yeah. So Tycon and Bowie, you're going to chill this round. The rest of y'all head to your tables, and we're going to get our losers semifinals, quarters finals up and running. We are going to get the winners bracket, technically semifinals, going on. It's gonna be best of 3 in finals, by the way. So that means you're going to have to win 2 sets of best of 3 if you're coming from losers bracket. If you are in winners bracket, you just have to win 1 best of 3. I know that's a little confusing, but trust the process. I think that's how that works. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'm pretty sure that's the rules on double. So Funa and Blake are gonna head to a table. Joe Staley and Min, aka Tran, are gonna be on a table. So we have 3 duels going on, and then in winner's bracket we have Hikari and Whispy facing off. So y'all can start whenever. Only in the finals. This is still best of 1. This is still best of 1. Ignore best of 3 until the following round, because we still have to do losers, like, semi-finals. Yeah. Ignore the extra information. Just do your math. We'll get there when we get there. I'm mainly giving information to chat. Alright, chat. So, we could be watching, like, the top brackets. I think it's much more interesting to be watching who's going to be making it into the semi-finals. Or I guess the quarterfinals for losers bracket. So if y'all don't know how a double elim bracket works. How a double elim bracket works is that you can lose twice before you are knocked out. So if you're in the losers bracket and you only lose once, and you win your way all the way back up to the end of the losers bracket, you face whoever loses in the semi-finals from the winners bracket, and if you beat them, you get to face off against the actual winner. So a double elim bracket allows for a lot of underdog story opportunity, but it's also very forgiving, in my opinion, for like a format like Master Duel, where it's best of 1 and sometimes you do just win. So everyone's still best of 1. Everyone's still best. If that wasn't clear, everyone's still best of 1. I'll let y'all know when the rules change. It looks like we are finally seeing the Blue Eyes engines, huh? I feel like we've been seeing so many people blick. We've been seeing a lot of people blick, yet in spite of the blicking, we've been seeing people play through a lot of the blicking. It's like a mutual blicking on both sides of the duel. Y'all familiar with a lot of the modern Blue Eyes cards? Basically, in the past couple of years, there was the recent addition of the Blue Eyes starter deck, introducing a Link 1, like many Link 1 switching in field spells. Also introducing the Blue Eyes Synchro that you see a lot of play in this deck. Of course, Blue Eyes has always had a pretty standard game plan, but Spirit of Eyes of Blue, along with the Sage of Blue and the Maiden with Eyes of Blue, allows for a pretty consistent resource loop. It plays really well into the Primite engine, which you'll see a lot of play in with Blue Eyes, because it allows for like a lot of stuff Blue Eyes just doesn't normally present with the win board. Negates, quick effect spells. Blue Eyes itself being a normal monster plays really well into Primite needing a normal monster, or the I forget the name. Yeah, the Ethabel. It's a pretty solid Blue Eyes board. Set 3 is pretty daunting. There are a lot of trap pods in Blue Eyes that get to pretty much wipe board when they see the field. The monsters on board really don't present much of a threat, but because we are also on Primite, a lot of this back rows could be set Primite. It looks like we have Dominus put set. So if y'all haven't kept up with the new Dominus cards, activating from hand, potentially. But if you don't activate from hand, it does not lock you from monster type effects. But, you know, don't count the White Forest out too early. Azamina White Forest has been a pretty popular, I don't know if I want to call it vogue, but a pretty popular strategy in recent years. A lot of people like how much gas it presents. You have a lot of interesting lines. being able to recycle so many of your materials allows you to float like a near infinite amount of single material, as well as just having decent lines full of fusion. We have seen Funa pilot decently, even in spite of a couple of bricks in past rounds. It looks like we haven't really done much to the board here, so it does make you wonder if maybe we're just holding on to some hand traps. Or if this is an unfortunate case of chat, decks can and will break. The Magnamod here is actually really good if we had the actual like engine going here for Whitewoods, because a lot of this does rely on floating your Whitewoods monsters and cycling back materials. So we're just gonna have Magnamod switch out a monster and cutting off the silk here. And Twitch chat, you're about to head into some ads. Hello, Sin. We are hosting a tournament today. Welcome on in. We have the Jet Dragon, which is going to make it really rough to get through the board. Jet Dragon not only hits board when something is destroyed, it also allows you to get over a lot of monsters that normally like are protected from battle, destruction protection, and it's a couple like other unaffected things being able to bounce. Looks like we drew into the drill beam, so the LZ is going to be leading the field. And if we don't have any other cards from Funa, unfortunately this is an open board, and Blue Eyes definitely presents more than enough attack points to end out the duel. So like we always say, chat, duel's not over till the last card's played, but it's definitely not looking hot on Funa's side. An unfortunate showing from your Dream Mirror. Oof. It is rough out here. Now, if you have faith in your Dream Mirror, I do implore you to come back next month to see if you can force me to play Dream Mirror. So we're gonna grab the Wishes for Ice Blue. We have the... wow, okay. We have the at the bell. Cool. We have the second Lordly Load on board, and this is looking honestly... honestly, chat, this is looking pretty solid. I think we're going to try to float into a negate to make sure nothing's activating from hand. But with Ash Blossom on Funa's side, it is not looking hot. We have one card in hand. And I think honestly, as the Blue Eyes player from this point, I would just take the line to battle phase for now. Blue Eyes Gaming is going to round it out for the round. We have heard tale of this deck not booking before, so the consistency is finally here, chat. Another thing that makes the modern Blue Eyes a lot more consistent as well is because if you're playing through the Primite line, if they stop your Echo Barrel, you can pivot to the Blue Eyes. You're worried about Nib or Super Poly? Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely one of your biggest threats as a Blue Eyes player. Funa, thank you for playing. It's very blue. I agree. Twitch chat, you are in some ads. So, Joe Stelly, am I right in assuming that Min got it? Min, Joe Stelly, can y'all confirm on your cross confirmations? True. Everything being light attribute is a little bit rough sometimes. Let's see. It looks like we are going to go ahead and check out the top tables. Okay, understood. Thank you, Just Deli. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. I know we didn't see a lot of the Fiendsmith Elf, no, but we did see the Fiendsmith going on. We have an Archmage monster finally hit the board, which is terrifying. Hello, Vi. Hello, Vedas. Welcome on in. We're hosting a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. Y'all are catching us in as we are heading into, we're doing a format called Double Elimination. So if y'all aren't familiar with Double Elim, how it works is there's a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. We're finding out who the winner of the winner's bracket is. Then we're going to have loser's bracket play out in a quarterfinals into a loser's semifinals. The winner from loser's bracket gets to come back to challenge the winner from winner's bracket. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. We're hosting this tournament in celebration of our recent merch drop. I have designed a field center that y'all can see in the top left corner. If y'all don't play Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's basically a cute little centerpiece on the board that you use to designate a monster zone. Y'all can see it in the digital field where this purple monster, fusion monster, is right here. So when you play on paper, you would put this flat on the board, and usually they're made of metal or plastic. I decided to make mine very glittery so that if my opponent is spending minutes to combo, I can just go ahead and watch it. Yeah, still the same round, we have not moved to the next round yet. So we are watching winner's bracket play out right now. And then whoever wins this is going to have a bye, and whoever loses this is going to have a bye, because Blake, you're going to be playing. Taiko will be playing. Abui will be playing, and Min will be playing out the losers, what's it called? The losers quarterfinals into the semi-finals. Hello, Classy. Thank you for the follow. You haven't played it in a long time, but thank you again for the raid. If y'all like card games, I do a bajillion of them on the channel. You'll mainly see me play Yu-Gi-Oh!, but I'm not too shabby at other ones. I play a handful of other card games, some of them even both. Sanity check fits me, Joel, because this Archmage board is revving up. Though I will say the silver lining is whoever wins this match you are going to see in the finals. And whoever loses this match still has a chance to get back into finals. They just have to keep whoever's in loser's bracket out of the running. Carrying your will too. Oh my god. Oh my god, emissary from the House of Wax? That's crazy. That's gonna be just enough to keep us on board. Now the thing with Archmage is they play a lot on your turn, so this is a pretty rough board to try to break through. They have 1, 2, 3... They have at least 3 different types of monsters on board. So all the Archmage effects are live. Though I will say, I think the Ash Blossom was more than the Archmage here. Goodness me. Yeah, Archmage has a lot of gas, and just to imagine that this is pure, or seemingly pure. Congratulations, Hikari. So, chat. I'm going to tell y'all how we're going to do this moving forward. So, Hikari, congratulations for making it to finals. You're going to take a little bit of a break. So we are going to have Whispy is going to be waiting on a bye this round. Akawa, you're gonna have to wait on a bye for 2 rounds. We need Tycon and Blake on a table, and we need Greenie and Min on a table. You 4 are going to be playing it out. The winner from each of these matches are going to play out another match to see who plays against Whispy. Whispy, being the loser from winner's bracket, will face the winner from loser's bracket. Duke it out to see who makes it to finals from the loser's bracket to take on our winner, Crimson. So, Tycon, Blake, Greenie, and Min, aka Twan, head to your table, start your matches. For the rest of you duelists, Whispy and Hikari, take a little bit of a break. Yeah, time to get the rematch, chat. Here's the stakes on Double Elim. Okay, chat, the stakes on Double Elim is whoever knocked you out of the winner's bracket, you can come back for round 2 if you make your way out of loser's bracket. This is still a best of 1 until we get to the absolute finals. Absolute finals is going to be a best of 3. No sliding. So y'all can start your matches. Let's go ahead and we'll get on the table with the matches already running. Also, can we talk about one of Macedor's greatest new updates? You can now have different extra deck sleeves and main deck sleeves, and I love that a lot. We are going to go straight into a Primite Scream. The Fuwalos is coming down, but we're playing into it. We're at least gonna filter through the Spirit with Eyes Blue. And maybe as the Blue Eyes player, you might not care. You might just say, draw your, 5 to 6 cards. I have enough gas. We're gonna establish Maiden. We have True Light. This is honestly a reasonable spot to pass on if you want. A really weird line from here, chat, is you could unironically also make Seals pass. It's not unheard of for Blue Eyes, though it is a little strange of a line. I think considering all things, we're gonna switch the Vela. If y'all don't know, Vela is a tuna. A level 1 light tuna. Mausoleum allows you to get access to that via Roar of the Eyes of the Blue. So that's also the kind of interesting thing about Fu, is Blue Eyes actually plays a lot from Grave and switches from deck before establishing on board. So we don't have a lot of summons from deck. We have at least 2 to 3 extra deck summons. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and get a Synchro going on. So Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, one of the more classic Blue Eye Synchros, is gonna be on board. So this negates special summoning more than 2 monsters at a time. It also turns off graveyard effects and allows you to float to a different Blue Eyes monster. This is a great card to end on into the Fuwalos, because you can just do it on your opponent's turn to float into a Blue Eyes Synchro with points. Fuwa is still live. We haven't finished up our end board just yet, but it's a pretty decent line, all things considered. We're gonna get one more Synchro in for now. We're gonna double up on the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. We're gonna actually fire this now. This is pretty bold, actually. We're gonna grab the Crimson Dragon. Now, this really calls into question, chat. If we have the Crimson Dragon, do we have the line? Do we have the line to the Clear Wing Synchro or the Quasar? Ooh. Okay, so there's a handful of level 12 singles you can bring out. The Stardust Silver right now negates monster effects. It floats back a Stardust monster, though not applicable right now. It also has destruction protection for at least the first time. We'll try to destroy it for the turn. On top of being a fairly sizable 4K buddy. How do you do that? Oh yeah, it is in accessories to edit your extra deck and your card state. I suppose at this point at the Blue Eyes player, you have played into the 4, so you have to make about as good of a board as you can get. And we're definitely going to want to get the Neos Blue Eyes into the grave, if y'all don't know. This is a protection from something that targets Blue Eyes monsters. It negates the activation and it will destroy the card. We're going to set the Majesty of the White Dragons, which makes sense. If you're able to show 3 Blue Eyes, you're able to destroy, well, up to 3 Blue Eyes. You're able to destroy cards up to however many you reveal. So, pretty interesting end board. Now, we haven't seen a lot of play from Taekwon yet, so far. But that allows him to kind of fly under the radar. If y'all don't know what they're on, do not let the Sea Serpent fool you, because you're about to see a very specific type of monster hit the board. If the sleeves didn't give it away. Do we know? We know what they're playing. There's a little bit more than just Ryuge monsters in this deck. You'll see a lot of the Ryuge engine play into itself. Ooh, this is going to be rough. So if y'all don't know what Ultimate Slayer does, you send a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard, and you can target a monster with the same type and shuffle it into the deck. This is actually a really cute interaction because Herald of Arclight allows you to add a ritual monster from deck to hand. And wouldn't you know, Ryuge plays just around that. The Stardust Cipher is going to negate that. Unfortunately, there's no card to destroy on the field, but this is at least going to cut them off from some potential switches. We have an extra Foolish Burial. Pay half your life points. Send one monster from the extra deck to the grave. So we are going to go ahead and send the Intis here. And what are we popping on board? So if y'all didn't read the Stardust Cipher, it's each time, the first time each card you control, not just itself. Every single card that you control has to be attempted to pop at least once before you can get through it on the board. And this is by battle and card effect. A very, very tough board to break. We do have a lot of gas in the hand, and we haven't seen the other half of this engine. We have only seen the Ryuge card. Which, good cards in their own right, don't get me wrong. We are establishing our pen scales here. So, if y'all haven't seen the Ryuge cards, they're like a really weird pendulum deck. Because they basically just want to get specific Ryuge monsters into the pendulum. Like, face up extra deck. We are going to reveal the Miscellaneous Service, and we are adding it to hand. And it looks like the dinosaur engine of the deck has finally hit the hand, chat. You won against Tran, congrats, Beanie. Let me get you in one. So we're gonna have Winnie's duel versus the winner of this duel immediately after this finishes up. The Vela that we searched is activating now. So let's see. We have a little bit of overlay action, and the Rudrus will hit the board. But Primite Scream, which we did see set, is going to stop that. It is a little bit hard sometimes, chat, to keep up with what has been on board. But now that you played through all the Ryuge and you played through the Rudrus, do you have answers to popping the baby? Because, chat, I think that's about to happen. Are there any dinosaur fans in chat? Any dinosaur duelists in the chat? Are you here? Because Prankatops is ready to hit the board. Now mind you, chat, each card needs to be destroyed at least once while the silver's on the board. So we're gonna have to have a second card to pop the True Light. Very interesting thing about True Light. It specifically needs to be sent from Spell and Trap Zone to Graveyard. Versus the counterpart. But Dark Magician just needs to leave the field. That's your pet deck? True, chat. That's our goat. That's our dinosaur. And we have the Meteorus here. So are we going to see the meteor hit? Ryuge does not lock you, chat. We have the Meteorus, so are we going to see? Plus we have Mist of Ice to feel. This is a little bit of that ritual that can go on. We're gonna go ahead and float a dinosaur monster from deck. And we're gonna get the whole dino engine going on. With Silver in mind, we know that we've had a protection on Mausoleum, a protection on True Light, and a protection on Silver itself. Silver will at least protect the Blue Eyes, the Tyrant, and the Maiden. Now, I'm not sure if this counts as an activated effect on this Silver, so we're going to find out. But the Evolvosaur twins are hitting the board. And the Evolution Pill from hand is going to be hidden out. You give them an inch, they might take a mile. This is still a pretty big board to have to grind through. Hello, Ultimate Conductor Tyrant. Now here's the thing. I don't know if the Blue Eyes have anything that can stop them from being flipped face down. Because this is non-targeting. And that might just be enough. Well, okay, so the problem is the, what's it called? You should have sent this... Oh, that's right. Tyranno can attack all the ones. That's right, yeah. So Silva has a 4K stat line on both the attack and the defense. But Tyranno being able to clear the board here doesn't really care. So unfortunately, you do have an answer to the 4K beat stick. It's called flipping it face down. But good dueling on both sides. A very formidable Blue Eyes board being set up on Blake. Dinosaurs, chat. What can I say? If y'all don't know the dino board, just let it happen. Just let it happen. Only in Yu-Gi-Oh! Could they make a dino baby card. See, used 10 years later, truly. Taekwon, congrats on making it to the losers pre-semifinals. So chat, let's hop back on really quick to the bracket. So I'm gonna need Hikari and I'm gonna need Whispery to hold tight for one more duel. We're gonna have Taekwon and Brini play it out. The winner of this duel is going to play Whispery. And the winner of that duel is going to make their way to the finals from losers bracket to re-challenge the current reigning champion of the winners bracket, Crimson. So you two head to your duel tables and we'll catch y'all in the duel. This is still a best of one. Good luck to both duelists. Tourney does like to play the long game. This is true. So Taekwon and Brini, go ahead and find yourselves on the tables. Brini's on table 8 right now. Taekwon, if you want to grab him. And I'll give y'all like 5-10 minutes. It could be that Brini stepped away, so. We're doing pretty good on time, so I'm not gonna rush y'all. Very, very quick duels for some of y'all. And even for the longer ones, very timely, so I appreciate it. So Brini's on table 8 right now. You're bugging? If you want to like just reload Master Duel, I can wait for you. You can leave the room and rejoin the room. I'll grab you the room code. I'll drop you in the... I'll drop it in the chat. Jakumba, you've been out of the game for a long time. You appreciate the commentary. No problem, Jakumba. So, like, here's the thing, chat. You have to remember that, like, people who engage with Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't keep up with all the new cards. Like, I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! When Master Duel came out. So there's a lot of classic cards and strategies that I just don't know about. Like, a chat had to teach me what Pac-Man is. And I didn't know what Pac-Man was. And they're like, come on, San. Everyone knows what Pac-Man is. I'm like, no, I don't. By the time I started playing this card, I got rid of Master Duel 5. Of course I don't know what Pac-Man is. So, like, you know, with so many different eras of dueling and such, sometimes you do need a little bit of a refresher what's going on. Waka waka? Uh-huh. Exactly. If y'all had to try to guess, by the way. If y'all had to guess, by the way, what Pac-Man stands for, I could not tell y'all. Let me go ahead and give a @ to Brini to see if you're here. Ping ping. Because they could have stepped away to use the restroom. We're doing alright on time, so. Okay, cool. They're on table. They're on table. We'll give it a little bit before we hop into the duel chat. No, not Pac-Man card. There was an old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Strategy called Pac-Man for some reason. And I forget what it stands for. But if y'all have been playing for like a hot minute, it's an acronym. And I can never remember what it stands for, because I've never played Gold format, of course. Alright. But anywho, so with so many different hours of dueling and so many new cards releasing all the time, sometimes you really don't know what cards do, chat. And that's alright. I don't know every single card in the game, but, you know. Luckily, Master Duel does it all for us. It makes it so I don't need a judge, and all we gotta do is enjoy the dueling. And it looks like we're gonna open on Fossil Dig. So here's the interesting thing. Between the Dinosaur and the Sky Striker matchup, I'm actually not sure who wins. I think going second Sky Striker into the Dinosaur matchup? Call me crazy. I might just be crazy. I think as the Dinosaur player, you might actually just... You might just want to go second into Sky Striker. If you have enough gas, you can blow through the entire Striker board. So it's gonna really come down to what Billy has in terms of what they open on. Sky Suckers is a deck with a lot of utility, and they get to run a lot of non-engine that does what we like to call in Yu-Gi-Oh! Board breaking. So what that does is, when your opponent finishes putting all their cards on the table, it's called a board. And I hope you can figure out the implication. You want to break that board going second. So you run a lot of cards that not all other decks get to run because they want to see the cards that properly facilitate their combos. You get to run a lot of spells like Lightning Storm, which can destroy spell or traps or monsters. You get to run Regeki. You get to run a lot of the, even in archetype, Sky Striker spells allow for a lot of board breaking. We did see a Shark Cannon earlier, which means we're going to be able to potentially grab a monster. You have a handful of Sky Striker cards that banish stuff on the board. The new Ace Zero from the extra deck pops a card, floats 2 monsters. You have infinitely more lines as Sky Strikers to play from first or second. But it looks like Dinosaurs is going to get their whole combo through, and it looks like we're gonna pray that Varudras and the rest of our board is going to be enough to stop whatever gas Sky Striker has going on. And it really depends on what we have in hand. If Sky Striker has enough spell cards, a lot of the additional effects of Sky Striker cards, if y'all don't know, have the prerequisite that you need 3 or more spells in play. So you'll also see them run cards like Upstart Guard, which gives your opponent more life points, but draws you a card. So that not only can you find more of your Sky Striker cards, you are also just adding more cards to your win. The fun thing here with the Ryuge stuff is you actually get to present something with the dinosaur board that isn't just like a going second beat down. It's a lot more flexible between going first or second on dinos. You have Rudras in the extra deck. A lot of the Ryuge monsters themselves not only cycle back a decent amount of like... They search a decent amount of resources. They also present, let's see. So Mistava gets to pop if it hits board. Varudras here is going to activate... It's going to present an Omni negate. It's when your opponent activates a card or effect. We're gonna get a fusion. Horn Service. And what field spell are we going to grab? We are going to push into Ritual Sanctuary, and that's going to let us find the rest of our Ryuge engine. If we want to. But before we head down that line, we are going to grab 2 of our monsters. Grab and overlay into the Evolzor, which is also another negate. The Tyranno here, y'all have seen what it does going second. Going first, it can also pretty much Book of Moon the board, which is flipping all the opponent's monsters face down, which is actually really important into Sky Strikers. Because you want to be able to link things off. You won't be able to flip down tokens. So, if we have a Sky Striker card that presents tokens, it's going to be a little bit rough. However, if you do flip a Sky Striker card face down, there's plenty of Sky Striker cards that send stuff on field for cost. So we're still able to get Ray and Rose into grave if needed. We also have Plankatops, which just gets to pop 1 card. It's a target though, so if you have targeting protection. But this is a pretty rough board. We do have the Upstart Goblin. So Billy's gonna open on Upstart Goblin here. Whether or not this gets like negated, it's definitely not going to. Unless there's a way to banish the Upstart Goblin. But if you're going to be banishing any spells or traps, chat. Ooh, double Upstart. You want to be banishing the Sky Striker spell and traps, just so they can't recur those resources. You should dust off dinos and play this version. Yeah, the Ryuge stuff is really cute. Definitely a good and interesting pickup line for a lot of the Sea Serpent and Dinosaur lines. I really don't see... So, Video Game Monsters also do... what's the third monster? There's a third monster type, worms. You don't really see them play with the worms, because worms are just kind of a weird type. But this is a really solid board. The double Evolvasaur here is going to be pretty rough too. So, this is a monster effect. So this is going to stop a potential float off of like Ray. It can also stop the pop off a zero. Because it doesn't designate on board. So we have Rhoda here, which is going to get us online to Ray. We're going to chain the Widow Anchor. So this is one of these quick play Sky Striker spells, if y'all aren't familiar. On the resolution here of Widow Anchor, if it were to go through, there would be 3 spells engraved. Widow Anchor negates a monster's effect, and if you have 3 or more spells, it allows you to take control of said monster. Ooh, this is spicy. So, Hornet Drones is going to give us a token, which means Ultimate Conductor Tyranno cannot flip it face down. Since we're going to Droplet here and we send a monster, none of the monsters on board can respond, and this is going to be a huge Droplet. However, we do have the Trap card. So we're going to pop the Voodoo. This is a pretty high chain link, and that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 card drop rate, which is insane. That's enough to hit the entire board if you want. Which I'm sure we're going to. An insane going second hand, by the way. Hornet Drones into just Droplet alone presents a really good board break. It looks like we're cutting ourselves off from some of our other spells, but Searching Ray should be more than enough gas. Rogers is going to pop the token, but we still have Ray in hand. This is all going to come down to the last card in hand and how well we can clean up the board afterwards. Without any more interact, you will get a lot of access to your Sky Striker Link effects. And you can cycle back a lot of cards that you've used. A lot of these Sky Striker spells are not a hard one to put on. So adding back something like Widow Anchor or like Hornet Drones if you wanted, you'd be able to activate it. Of course, we want a line to engage here if we can. We're gonna get rid of the Prankatoff because that does present an immediate threat. We have Hayate to get a little bit of damage. And that's going to foolish a Sky Striker card so that when we go into the what's the word? When we go into the Kagami, we can go ahead and add that to hand. So we're gonna go ahead and send Engage. So now this is pretty much a standard main phase to end phase setup for Sky Strikers. Duel's never over till the last card's played, but it is a pretty rough board to play through. We have a lot of pieces we still need to break apart because Droplet is only going to last for this turn. And not only is Droplet only going to last for this turn, because we established Ritual Sanctuary, we're able to cycle back the spells we used the last turn previous to get out of Ryu game monsters. So, here's for hoping we draw Engage off Engage. We've seen it before, and any duelist can do it. But without a good line into establishing more interaction and more board clear here, it's going to be pretty rough. Linkage is at least going to get us a seal. Ooh, drawing into triple tag. Alright. Okay, Feather Dust is definitely going to get this board a little bit under control. full. So we're gonna go ahead and sweep up all that apple we set up. The biggest problem here though is once that droplet goes down, I'm not sure if we're going to have the rest of the gas to get through a 4-card board. We do have Ray engraved. No. Ray cycled back. So we know Ray runs a second pair of Ray and Rose, which we're gonna float into off of A0 at some point. We're gonna get Engage again, which again, Sky Striker's cards, not one to put on. We're gonna search a Sky Striker card of our choice, and Engage is going to draw us another card. After bonus is going to be pretty solid here, because we're going to be able to power through at least one monster on the board. Who knows what we do off the Engage, but there's still a decent amount of board to break through. I think you can get through it. It just really comes down to who you want to leave on board. We also don't know what else is in Tycon's extra deck. So although Sky Striker monsters have a low enough attack threshold to not be affected by Typhon. Ooh, this is going to be rough. We still have 2 materials on the Dolka here. Say definitely a swap to attack position. Go battle phase moment. So this either telegraphs that we don't have any playable cards in hand from Tycon, or that we're waiting for the Sky Striker cards to kind of just blow through the board, so that we can re-establish whatever's in hand. Are we running only one way? We saw 2 Rose, but if there's only one way in deck, A0 can't activate. Oh shoot. Sky Strikers is baffling when you think about it. I mean, it's definitely a deck of all time. Give it an inch, it'll take a mile, but I could have sworn they brought in 2 pairs. There's a Rose in hand. We got Max C. Makes sense as to why they were holding it. I think even without the Max C, just having no access to the way here is really unfortunate for Billy. Okay, so that's gonna turn on talents. I mean, you could just take the Tyranno here and clear board. You could try at least. You'd have the Tyranno, unfortunately, I believe the quick effect is only in the main phase, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't flip both of them. You can get over the Dolka, or you can trade with the Mistiva. Which I would also run over. Oh right, Tyranno can attack all monsters, I forgot. Alright. I mean, chat, duels never over till the last card's played. Now the question is, do you give any more draws off of the Max C, or do you pass? Okay, we're diving into the extra deck. So we're giving a little bit more gas on over to Typhon. So here's the Kagari line we were talking about. Again, for those of y'all not familiar with Sky Strikers. You can add any Sky Striker spell from grave to hand. So you always want to grab Engage. It gets you any other Sky Striker spell you want. And since we have 3 or more, we're gonna draw a card. 3 or more spells in grave. Gets you a little bit of extra room. And this is a 60 card. Not 60, it's like a 50 card Sky Striker? No, 40 card Sky Striker. The linkage is definitely going to be the line. You could set linkage past here, I suppose. And this honestly comes down to what the other set is. If it is short cannon... Let's see. Short cannons, maneuver, widow anchor. Any one of these is honestly pretty solid. The perfect amount not to get decked out. True. Hello, I see. Welcome on in. Thank you for the head. Now the question is, did they just choose not to activate the ACO last time? Or do they not have the targets? Because we know that Ray is banished right now. We're gonna set 2 and it looks like we don't have any immediate. We're gonna head to battle phase instead of straight end phase, which is interesting. We're going to try to use the Mistiva in hand. Now comes the $1 million question. Were we bluffing the materials on ACO? And what is the set card? We were bluffing. Potentially? What? Were we bluffing the float? We were bluffing the float. Alright. Honestly, that might just finish out the duel from here. It really depends on what these two sets are. But from here on out, honestly, it's going to be pretty rough on Taikon's side. I don't know with dinosaurs or Ryuge. Maneuvers. Ooh, this is really rough for the end phase. So if y'all don't know, if every card you shuffle, you can return 2 cards to hand. This is happening in the end phase, so whatever heads back to hand for Taikon, they're not going to be able to set for the rest of the turn. Honestly, an insane top deck on Billy's side. For sure, for sure. Oh, you got a custom duel disc logo? Cute. You're used to seeing blowouts? Yeah, there's a lot more back and forth on the casual side of dueling, but... Well, chat, I think this might just close out the duel, to be honest. You just need one linkage or similar. Because we can get in for 2k, yep. We can get in for 2k here with A0, and then float back out our Rosé. And our Ray. Of course, the duel's never till the last card's play, but it's definitely not looking hot. And I think this is gonna do it. Yeah, Ryuge helps a little bit sometimes with the recursion, but you have to have the setup. The tactics into the Feather Duster is really what closed out this duel, in my opinion. If the Ryuge board was still properly set up, I don't know how much space Billy could have had. Really clutch on drawing into the tactics, which is open. Alright, so it looks like they're gonna go ahead and head to the... Losers Finals. This is still going to be a... Sorry, didn't mean to click the wing. This is still going to be a best of 1. Congratulations and great dueling, both of you. A very good set of duels. Very good duel overall. So let's hop back on really close to our bracket. Crimson, you're gonna have to wait for one more duel. I promise we're almost there. So this is going to be the losers bracket finals, but it's still gonna be best of 1. So Bruni is going to advance. Whispery and Bruni, y'all gonna head on to the duel table. The winner of this duel is going to head to the best of 3 finals against Hikari. Now, just to make this clear so you understand how this works, chat. This is a double elimination bracket. Hikari has not lost a single duel or a single set. Whispery and Bruni, you can start whenever you want. Good luck to both of you. How this is going to work is the winner of this match goes from losers bracket to challenge Hikari. It is a best of 3 for each set. Hikari only needs to win 1 set to win the entire bracket. If whoever wins between Brewery and Whispery beats Hikari in the first best of 3, they still have to do a second best of 3 because it is double elimination. So there's a max of 6 duels being played out here. There is a minimum of 2 duels being played out in the finals. So we're gonna find out how this goes down. I'm actually hosting another tournament next month. So if y'all have had fun with the tournament, I am hosting one next month. Saturday, June 13th at 5 PM PST. I will be opening the signups for that towards the end of the stream. So if y'all are interested, I am hosting another tournament. The winner of that tournament decides what deck I get to play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel next. I will build the winning deck list card for card, not including rarity. But chat, it is time for the losers bracket's final best of 1 match to see who makes it back for the rematch and or just the potential first match into winner's bracket. A very good set of duels. I'm sure this is going to be an equally good set of... Ooh, Maxi. It's actually a pretty interesting line, because Chimera cards can also just fusion on the opponent's turn. So they actually can only just pass here. And depending on what cards are in hand, they might just have enough gas. It looks like we're going to chain Chimera Fusion here to the surface. Off-roader. And we are now live, chat. So have a little bit of patience on our duelists as we get this ready. If y'all are not familiar with the Chimera cards in the Illusion Monsters, well, some of the Chimeras are fiends. This deck plays around Fusion Monsters from the extra deck that like to use materials from grave, float materials from their deck, to present Illusion Monsters to interact with your opponent. Some of them do stuff like Mirror Sword Knight, allows you to summon monsters from death, and that can float into any number of other Chimera monsters. Some interact with your opponent's board by fusioning into other Chimeras from the extra deck. Other ones, y'all are just gonna have to see that kind of. We now see the Heka hands hit the board. So if y'all have not been keeping up with Whispery, a new type of illusion monster that has just hit Master Duel this recent patch. Heka hands. What do they do? We're about to find out. It looks like during the main phase, you can float a monster from your opponent's board, which is actually really good here into Sky Strikers, because if they present and link off Ray, we can steal Ray with Heka Hand's Oodles. With Mirror Sword Knight on board, we have access to pretty much any Chimera monster we want. Also, this is a monster. If you banish the Mirror Sword. So, Chimera wants a lot of stuff engraved. They make a lot of pretty big fusions. There's a lot of lines too with the Hecahan cards. We don't see any of the set Hecahan traps. So it is whatever is playing from hand right now and potentially from deck on the line with the Mirror Sword Knight. We're going to try to save the Mirror Sword Knight, obviously, to interact with these Sky Strikers extra deck monsters. But this all really comes down to what lines we're grabbing. Since we have Engage here already, we could just take the line to the other copy of Widow Anchor or like a Shark Cannon and just steal away, potentially, the Mirror Sword Knight here. Hecahands isn't going to really present very much of a threat unless anything is engraved. Both of them has been offline. So right now, the only thing on board we have to really worry about is Mirror Sword Knight. Linkage is also a pretty decent line here because until you activate a monster effect, this doesn't present a threat. Ooh, after bonus. So this is going to force the tribute on the Mirror Sword Knight. Do we have anything on Brewery's side? Is there a call by? Something to stop the graveyard effect? We're going to be searching our deck for any monster that mentions Chimera Fusion except for Mirror Sword Knight. So y'all want to see a little bit of the engine coming out, and we are going to go ahead and get into the Cornfield Portal. So if the opponent activates a card of effect that targets, it can banish from the field and destroy it. But if y'all remember, we did Rhoda earlier. And who did we grab off the Rhoda? We grabbed the Ray. Ray could easily just... Actually, no. Ray is just a couple attack points short of the Cornfield Portal. There's plenty of Link monsters on the Sky Striker side that can easily walk over this, though. So I think the line here is you just choose not to interact with the board. You have to walk over the Kodo first in order to do anything. Hecahands here, though, does have the option to steal the ring. It just comes down to whether or not you want to do that now or later. You could chain it to the effect of the AC roll. Is Master Duel cross-platform? Yeah, no matter what you play on, it does have the option for cross-platform. I'm pretty sure. At least I've seen an Xbox play with I'm pretty sure. Let me double check though. I'm like 90% sure you can cross-play. But let me like triple check with it. Is Master Duel crossplay? Yes, Master Duel features crossplay and cross-save functionality on all platforms, including PlayStation 4 and 5, the Xbox Series X, S, and 1, Nintendo Switch, Steam, iOS, and Android. You're playing on phone right now, real into it. Shoutouts to Master Duel, one of the greatest quad game simulators, if not the greatest quad game simulator of all time. So it looks like we're gonna go ahead and walk over the portal like we mentioned earlier. We're going to chain Widow Anchor here in the battle step. We're actually going to take the portal. We're going to try to take the portal, but the emissary from the House of Wax is going to activate from him. So we're going to drop it here. And we're probably going to drop it target the heck it is. Or is it the portal? We'll find out. The second effect of the Widow Ankle is not activated, which is pretty interesting. They're gonna need to get rid of the Emissary of the House of X. Potentially. It doesn't really present much other than, like, right now, another body on board. But you're going to find out real soon, Chad, that you don't want to leave any monsters and materials for Chimera if you could possibly. Which, Chad, you are heading into this. Yeah, Whisper's deck is very interesting. Using the illusion side of the Hecker hands with the Chimera. Abyss, as a new player, you're wondering if the DFL-style archetype can be considered meta? It depends on what you're trying to do with the DFL-style cards. If you're trying to play pure DFL-style, I think it would be at best considered meta. So welcome on in, Abyss. Also, Coconut, to answer your question, how the best of 3 works in the finals is it's a coin flip to decide who goes first. And then every match following, the loser gets to decide if they go first or second. Technically, if we were going by, like, proper tournament rulings, the highest seed should get to decide who goes first or second. But since it's double elim, surely the coin toss should be good enough. I feel like it's kind of greedy to not have tried to, like, grab the Ray earlier. Because now they can just Widow Anchor onto the Hecker hands here, but, like, you know, I'm not the pilot. I've never played the Hecker hands, so maybe there's a reason why we haven't done it. You know, chat. Maybe there's a reason. Okay, we're activating the Hecker hands now. The real question is that set called the Widow Ankle? It could be. The other problem, though, is that we have confirmed that there's a second pair of Ray and Rose in Bruni's deck. So, that makes it pretty rough on Whispery's side. But Chimera Fusion is going to add itself back here. It's going to try. We do have a Widow Anchor. What seems like a set Widow Anchor, it could be a different slice like a card, but I'm about 90% sure that's the Widow Anchor sitting in the back row right now. We're going to Chimera. Unfounded, welcome on in. We're actually almost finishing up the tournament. We're making fantastic time, by the way, Lewis. You could go Diabelistar into... I don't like to do this, but they added a new fusion monster for Dark Magician that allows you to make Dragoon. So Diabelistar, like, instantly goes into Dragoon, and that's a pretty decent end goal. But, like, that doesn't feel like a true Dia. Oh, Guardian Chimera. So, first off, we get to chain block by adding an illusion monster from deck to hand. The Guardian Chimera here allows you to draw cards equal to the number of cards used for the material, and if you do, destroy cards equal to the number of cards. That's going to be taken by the Widow Anchor here, and that's also going to negate the monster's effects. So we're unfortunately not going to be getting the draw here. However, we do still get the search. We have Nightmare with The question is, do we have the space in the hand to discard the sun? Also, you know, ironically, this is a situation where, like, so the ACO can't activate, but this is ironically a situation where the Typhon would beat the ACO. It just wouldn't do anything for the next one also. Okay, so, for a new player, card games, right? When people play card games, you might hear the term stack versus chain. Every other card game who says they're a chain is lying to you. There's only 2 card games I've ever played which is true chain. Which is Yu-Gi-Oh! And Alestos. I will explain. When the card effects are activated, they are added to either a stack or a chain. A lot of games will call it a chain, but it is actually a stack. You're probably wondering, San, what is the difference between the chain versus the stack? In a true chain, once both players pass priority, the chain will resolve, and no other card effects can interact with the chain. However, in a stack, once the stack starts resolving, if a condition is met for the activation of another card, say like you have a card that says, when a monster leaves the field, you can activate this. In a game with a stack, you can let the quote-unquote chain, aka the stack, resolve. And when it gets to the effect that says, this monster leaves the field, you can interrupt the stack and add that effect to the stack. But in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Chain, you'll be unable to do that, because once the chain resolves, you're unable to affect the chain. So true chain blocking also usually only happens in games with proper chains, because usually games with stack allow you to activate cards that interact with any effect in the stack. Alestral's being an exception, where Alestral's card effects can actually target anything in the chain before the chain resolves. And if the card is non-targeting, then the target is chosen at the point in which the chain is resolving and the effect activates. I know that sounds confusing. It's a weird concept. Just know that only Yu-Gi-Oh! And Alestrals has chains. Every other card game is fake. If they call it a chain, it's a stack. What a match. What a match. Holy. Honestly, really scary having to play into a striker board without a lot of your hand backrow. Really well played by both duelists. Congrats, Wispy. You are going to make it back to the main bracket to re-challenge. Re-challenge, Crimson. And really, congratulations! You did really well. Making it all to our de facto 3rd place in the tournament. Congratulations. A lot of Sky Strike and a lot of really good top decks off of your Engage. Very cute on baiting out, pretending not to have the second pair of Ace and Ray. In the other match versus Dino was very, very cute. A lot of very good matches on both sides. Very good dueling. Hikari, thank you for waiting. Wispy, thank you for dueling. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have y'all head right back into the fray. So, chat, we are going to have our finals. Before we begin the finals, I am going to run you down on how this is going to look. This is a best of 3, still under the proper rules of double elimination. Your first game will be a coin toss to decide who goes first or second. There will be at least 1, if not 2 sets. In each set, after the first game, the duelist who loses decides if they get to go first or second going into the next match, and subsequently into the 3rd match. So whoever wins the first game, your opponent gets to decide who goes first or second. So how it works is when the coin toss, before the coin tosses, the opponent tells you in between the matches if they want to go first or second. The coin flips, If the opponent flips and gets to choose, they choose if they go first or second. If you get it and your opponent said I wanted to go first, you give them first. Real simple. Because this is a double Elam bracket, how it works is if Wispy is going to win, Wispy actually has to win 2 sets of best of 3 into Hikari. If Hikari wins the first set of best of 3, Hikari wins the entire tournament. If Hikari loses the first set, the 2 of them play equal 1-1 in loss for one last set in a best of 3 finals. So this is either going to be anywhere from like 2 matches to like 6 matches, alright? So we're gonna get y'all on the duel table. We'll give you a little bit time to set up before we hop into the match. But just remember, this is the first set of potentially 2 matches. First coin toss, whoever's game gets to go first, your choice. In between your next matches, communicate with each other who goes first to second based on the loser. Good luck to both of y'all, and thank you for coming out. I am excited to see what the rest of the gas in both your decks have. So chat, in the meantime, while they're setting up, let's give a run back and a shout out to the rest of our competitors, by the way. Thank you, Eric, Avatar Eric, aka Dwayne's Jetsy, for coming out and playing. Thank you, Outlaw Blake, aka Blake, for coming out and playing. Thank you, Quokanator, aka Quokka, for coming out and playing. Random Guy 2026, aka Random Guy, thank you for coming out and playing. Just Tycho, aka Taekwon, thank you for coming out and playing. Weenie, thank you for coming out and playing. Min, thank you for coming out and playing. Pataboo, thank you for coming out and playing today. Hikari, thank you for being there. Good luck in your match. Wispy, thank you for being here. Good luck in your match. We know Boss Man, thank you for coming out and playing. Slangia, thank you for coming out and playing. Justeli, thank you for coming out and playing. Funa, thank you for coming out and playing. Apologies for those y'all who either missed check-in because of time zones, or just like missed check-in for the tournament in general. I appreciate y'all hanging out. It's going to be a great set of matches. I'm rather excited. It's been really fun all day long. I've been having a good time. I know I normally have a co-caster, so apologies if there's a little bit less color casting and maybe a little bit less analytics on some of the more specific decks. But I hope it's been pretty solid regardless. I promise next time I'll grab someone here to keep your company when I'm doing the logistics. So let's head on into game 1 of our finals. And a reminder, we have another tournament next month on June 13th. Bye bye, Jakumba. Thank you for hanging out. Apologies if I didn't get your message quick. So for those of y'all not familiar with Archmage, it is an archetype that came out in the TCG a little bit in the past year. It plays around having multiple different archetype monsters. So you'll have anything from like warrior, fairy, spellcaster. Based on how many different types of monsters you have established on the board, your Archmage monsters will get different effects. A lot of them will either draw cards, search additional Archmage cards, or set additional Archmage cards to the field. Your Archmage field spell, Archmage Academics, allows you to establish an additional normal summon, specifically a monster called Meteos the Pure. Meteos the Pure is this deck's basically Alistair the Invoker, and if y'all don't know what this means, it means that this guy normal summons himself. And he's pretty much the core of the entire engine. A lot of Archmage monsters will summon themselves from hand if you have an Archmage card. This includes the field spell. So that's why we have these two monsters coming out from hand. So you can see here, Flintmel is a warrior. Lateria is a spellcaster. And a non-pheno from the extra deck is an illusion. So we have 3 different types. Archmage does a little bit more. And that's why we have the pheno here, because once put opponent's turn, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from the extra deck using monsters you control. So you're going to try to get into an Archmage monster. Assuming you still have the board to summon it with, it looks like Super Poly might just break this board. It all really comes down to what we have in hand, because there are a couple Archmage monsters that do a couple of things on your opponent's turn. So let's find out, chat. Alright. Smart choice. We're going to be getting rid of the non-fusion Archmage monsters. And we're doing this live in the standby phase. Chimera Fusion looks like it's gonna go through. So that gets rid of our Mud Dragon and our Archfiend areas. To get into max. So Ash Blossom is going to stop the Archfiend areas here, but this is pretty interesting. This isn't a Hecahan's monster. And this is not a Chimera monster. So it looks like there's a little bit more to the engine that we haven't seen on Whispery Sky. We're going to get rid of the field spell here, which is huge on shutting down the Archmage recursion. And with how the board is set up, I think we're just going to be walking on over the fusion. The Mirror Sword Mage is also really rough here. Not only does that get us lined to any Chimera monster, if we float it back the next turn, it is also a negate. So again, duels never go to the last card's played, chat, but Chimera has a lot of gas. And as you can see, you just need a little bit of board break-in to get the pedal to the metal. It's a deck who, in my opinion, plays pretty mid-range, actually. Has a decent amount of recursion. Now, when it comes to Archmage, there are a couple of 2-card combos that could get you out of this scenario, but it really just depends on the end board. Now, the flip side here, too, is that Chimera has enough gas that there's a chance that we might not make it to the 3rd turn of this game. So let's see what kind of gas we have cooking on Whispery's side. Alright, so we have a Heca-Hand in hand and the Illusion Master. We are now locking ourselves into illusion monsters from the grave. Which isn't that bad, to be honest, for the Chimeras. And it is only from grave, so extra deck, main deck, still fair game. What deck is Hikari playing? Hikari is playing pure Archmage. Whispery, on the other hand, is entering with Heca-Hand's Chimera, and it looks like we have a little bit of Archfiend somewhere in the deck. We also haven't seen the entirety of the extra deck either. So are we going to make the... Okay, the Chimera Illusion Beast is hitting the board. And we're going to negate the effects of the Archmage Pheno, which normally cannot be destroyed. I believe, off of the effect of the Chimera. So we're gonna do a little bit of beating in a pretty solid. So we're going to have Hikari decide if they want to go first or second going into the second match of the first set. Alright. So Chloe's gonna go ahead and take first for game 2. Am I an official judge? Unfortunately not. I am not. I have no idea on a lot of rulings, and thank goodness Macedor automates a lot of them for me. No, I try my best to keep things entertaining and somewhat informative. I'd say there's definitely I think if we have all of us here, all of us definitely knows a lot more about the Chimeras. But you know, chap, this is fine too. If we're gonna be casting a lot of decks, we gotta learn how to pick them up on the fly. We'll give him a little bit more time before we hop into the duel. Just, you know, let it marinate a little bit. Oh, this is very cute. I like having Nif around. I think Nif and I have a very good rapport, you know. I would hope that I'm knowledgeable. I play over 40 unique decks. So I definitely try. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely has more than 40 decks. We're gonna go straight into the Finto. We are going to set the recapture. Vandalism is in hand, so we're gonna get our Medius. And that's going to get us our extra Medius normal summon. So this is what we're talking about. You grab the Medius. You pick to either add to your hand or special summon a Power Patron monster. You only have one normally in your deck, and that is going to be the Archmage Power Patron. Really strong thing about the Impasse though is that you can use it the turn that it is set. So that actually insulates you from stuff like Maxi here. So Medius makes this Archmage monster, which if you have 3 or more types of monster types on your field, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy the card. So that's why we need to get all our Archmage monsters on the board. You have 3 unique types. Diactivus here is a fairy, so we just need any other types. You're not going to want to have Medius, because Medius is a fairy. But if you can get the Power Patron, Finio, or Literia, or our last Archmage into circulation, you'll establish a couple of it. And Literia is going to do exactly that by cycling back an Archmage card from grave to hand. So we do have the conditions for Medius on the board. The real question is, it really depends on what risk we has, because Archmage is pretty strong, but it is not infallible. And Chimera is a deck with a lot of gas. And the Heka hand cards we haven't seen too much of yet. I feel like they're a little bit more of a going first type angle. But they can definitely cut off some additional stuff. Y'all are going to see the fight for Patchwork. This is pretty much just to add a Fiend monster and Palmization from deck. If y'all ever see this in any of these like Fiend pile decks, that's entirely what this is for. And this is a pretty common strat. So we're gonna fire off all our Archmage stuff right now. So first we're gonna have the negate. The thing about Archmage non-Fiend is it can fusion summon any monster from the extra deck. So that is part of the strength of Art Mage, is having the flexibility to choose which monsters you bring out. So here we go into the Anniver-Salie Silver. This is going to create yet another Omni negate off of a tribute. So we see Hidden Hecka Hands activate, and Silver's going to immediately jump into action. Where can you read the lore for branded and other archetypes? I think there's like a... Some people make their own Google Docs online. There's also like a manga. I would just honestly Google it. You could probably find a link to someone who compiled it like on Reddit into a Google Doc. So Nightmare Apprentice is here, and that's going to pretty much get our line to anything. We're probably going to search Mirror Sword Knight, give it a normal summon. But Finno is on board, so we can still negate. It all comes down to the last card in hand here for Whiskey. Because even beating over the Power Patron here really doesn't do that much. They also still have... Ooh, the Mirror Sword Knight was in hand the whole time. Interesting. So the Power Patron monster can fusion summon an Art Mage during the main phase. But if it doesn't have the materials on field or on hand, there's no line. So it looks like the Mirror Sword Knight is gonna go through. And I'm unsure if we have anything else. We still have one set card. As to whether or not that is a bluff set, we're going to have to find out. But this is an easy line to Chimera Fusion and to the Gazelle. Which, after it's sent to the grave, is going to get us another illusion monster. Ooh, Super Poly. Alright. And that's going to be cutting off the targets for Chimera Fusion. Really clutch Super Polys. Of course, we're still gonna search an illusion monster, so it looks like this might be the last interact on Hikari's side. We do potentially have Power Patron going on into something, but that isn't most an interrupt for a win. It could be a Mirror Sword Knight pass. We'll find out. We could be trying to bait out the Mirror Sword Knight. Looks like it's not activated. So we have Nova. And we're going to go ahead and attempt to search an Art Mage card. So Nova, when it hits the field, anytime Art Mage monsters effects activate, they get to basically replace the effect of that card with destroy all cards in your opponent's control. So you want to be establishing as many unique types of Art Mage monsters on your field as possible to eventually end on the Nova. And that's kind of the Art Mage like line. I think there's one other Art Mage extra deck monster, but it pretty much plays around whatever else you're going to summon off of the non-Fiendtone. And if you have enough cards to properly establish into the Nova, which we did this time. This isn't going to be enough for lethal though, so when there's I will, chat. Sometimes there is a way. Though I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we go into like an SP Little Knight here. Yeah, that's SP Little Knight, and I would probably... The Mirror Sword Knight isn't a bad hit. I think Chimera Fusion isn't a bad hit either. Both pretty solid. This does at least cut off the recursion from Mirror Sword Knight. And if they activate Chimera Fusion, you can tag out with the SP. San Salie Field, welcome on. We're going to chain SP here because even if they add a Fiend Monster or Chimera Fusion from deck to hand, you want as few cards as possible for the Chimera player to have access to. Chimera Fusion, unfortunately, only summons from hand or field. So SP's gonna tag back in, so comes back the Gazelle. So we're gonna try to get some Art Mage in action. We get an Ash Blossom from hand. And so now we know the Chimera Fusion is going to be offline. And that is going to make a clear board for our Fusion monster to probably get in for game. Alright, so game 2 is going to go to Hikari. We are going to head on to game 3. We're going to head on to game 3 of the set. So Whispy does get to decide if they go first or second. Now if Whispy wins here, we play a second set. If Hikari wins here, Hikari takes the entire tournament. Stakes are high. It looks like Whispy is taking foot, so we're gonna give our duelist a couple of seconds to get back on into the match. But a very back and forth set. True. Power Patron lore by Nif Wen. A real into. Just give it a little bit of time. And then we'll get on in on the spectate. This is pretty high stakes, chat. It could end all this duel, or we could get like at least 2 more duels. Either way, I'm having a great time. So the last Art Mage card, Art Mage Graph, when it is summoned onto the field, will switch another Art Mage card. Or set an Archmaid continuous spell. Rather. Continuous spell and I think or trap. We have the Fula. The thing with Chimera is that they don't always need to summon from death. This does stop the extender of the Mirror Sword Knight. And they already committed their summon with the Gazelle. But if they have Chimera Fusion, they could just set Chimera Fusion and pass here. Also, can we discuss Royal Fuolo's evil? Evil! Goodness me. So this is Heka Hand's Chimera versus pure Art Mage. The thing though is we don't know what Art Mage monsters are in, what non-Art Mage monsters are in the extra deck. That's where a lot of the skill expression with the Art Mage cards actually comes in, is how well you're able to use your interactions and your extra deck. We saw the Ill Silver come down last duel, but if y'all remember, Fintel allows you to wing out any fusion monster, as long as you have the proper materials. Okay, interesting. We're gonna fusion the Heka hands here. So this is probably the second time in tonight's run we've seen the Jahuza. You can add a 1 Heka Hands card from deck or grave to hand. So this is going to be switching one of our Heka Hand traps. Whether or not the other Heka Hand trap is in hand, unsure. It could be. So this is one of the two. One of the two Heka Hand traps is a spell or trap card negate, which is pretty darn good into Odd Mate. The other side, on the other hand, if you will, is when your opponent activates a monster effect. Technically, there's also Heka Hand's Bait, but I don't think we've seen it much. So, only 2 of the potential traps I think we've seen in rotation. It looks like we're gonna get a normal summon on Odd Mate's Paladin. Now we're going to immediately try to fusion summon. We have all Heka Hands in hand, which is really unfortunate, but because it destroys, there's no longer an Odd Mage card on the board for your other Odd Mage cards in hand to interact with. This also cuts us off from the Odd Mage card. Ooh. Alright. That does meet the conditions. The problem though is I think this also meets the condition for the Gazelle. Yeah, so Gazelle gets to add an illusion monster from deck to hand now, which we might be switching to Candle. Oh, Saito, welcome on in, 77 Saito. We'll see how this goes. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar enough with Odd Mage to know if they can facilitate a turn 2 OTK. We'll have to find out. The owl is still back now in the graveyard, so... I suppose we're just waiting on the resolution of the Odd Mage Power Page, which if it's sent from hand or field to graveyard, to add an Odd Mage spell or trap from deck to hand, which is different from the cards in your graveyard. So we can grab any Odd Mage card here. Oh, any spell or trap. I think in a perfect world, if you have double field spell here, you're looking pretty hard. You do have to remember that the other Heka Hand spell or trap is going to stop a spell or trap. If y'all remember, we should Yuddle. And it also destroys the card. It destroys the card and sets it to your field. So it also doesn't go to grave. So that's the kind of the thing for Heka Hands, is you do take these hands and you start grabbing your opponent's cards. And this is a pretty rough switch on Hikari's side. Odd Mate's Pack. Interesting. Do we have a graveyard effect? Looks like Chimera Fusion is going to... Ah. Alright, we're switching packs so we can try to make a little bit of progress breaking the board. We're going to fire off our Chimera Fusion, which we mentioned. Chimera has a decent ability to play around stuff like Maxine Flawless. So the Bufferman here has to target, so we're gonna bring out the Nightmare Apprentice so we can activate her effect. I also enjoy a lot of the variation in decks. I appreciate that y'all bring out a lot of new stuff to show. I think a Hands is definitely interesting on how you want to cook with it. Like Nif mentioned, you have a couple different lines. Whisper is taking it in with the illusion side of Heka Hands to play it with Chimera. But if y'all don't know, there's actually a completely different side to Heka Hands that can play with it several other decks. You hope in the next one you can play Red Dragon or Tino Galaxy Eyes? For sure, for sure. Bring whatever you feel like. I think on top of it being like a new archetype, I don't think there's a lot of people who generally know how to play Heka Hands, let alone like the matchup. Not the Nacholia Bamboo Shoot. You know, I actually think I have 3 copies of Mole Cricket that like I never use. But people won't let me dust it because they're like, San, you naturally pulled 3 copies of Nacholia Mole Cricket. You can't dismantle it. You have to keep the Mole Cricket. And then I look at them and I say, oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me, right? Alright, so we're gonna head to battle phase. We're gonna try to get over the illusion. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. Because Nightmare Apprentice cannot be destroyed by battle if it battles a monster. Which is an interesting ruling, because what happens to like cards that are technically considered traps? This might be an unfortunate turn 2 for Hikari, but this is a double Elim tournament. So first off, duels never over to the last cards played. There's still a lot that can happen this turn on Hikari's end. On the flip side, if Hikari does not win this duel, we still have to play another set. Which, like, unfortunately it does feel kind of bad sometimes. For how many duels some of the duelists have to play out with double Elim, but I think it's a very forgiving format, you know? Especially in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where, like, you can just straight up win. I think having a double Elim tournament is nice, at least so you feel a little bit better for the games that you do win. Not the OKG! Not the OKG! It's rough out here, it's rough out here. Goodness me, goodness me. I think the other fun thing about Macedor is, like, especially when we're running, like, casual tournaments, I don't have to work too hard to set up the duel room. It is part of the experience, chat. Every deck can lose, and every deck can win. It really just depends on, you know, what you open. Now, for the games that you don't break, it requires, like, real piloting. For the games that you do break, sometimes, you know, sometimes God just loves your opponent more, clearly. Clearly your opponent wanted it more. I'm just kidding. I always tell my friends that if they break or something and their opponent just washes them, I say, you know, like, clearly your opponent wanted it more, clearly. And that the Chimera Illusion Beast is going to hit the board, so, like, you know. Its effect is, if it battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle, and it can attack as many times as the materials used for it. So, a pretty solid OTK tool. You're usually making this anywhere between 4 to 5 monsters. So. This might be an unfortunate matchup for the Archmage. We will find out, because it is not impossible. So congratulations to winning the first set Whispy. We are now going into the second set. We are going into the second set of the finals, so same rules as the last set. First coin toss, whoever wins the coin toss decides turn order. Then in the next matches, loser chooses first or second. Hackahan's really putting in work. They are grabbing a victory back from defeat. Hikari, come back, come back. You have to play another set. Because this is double elim, so they have to win an entire bracket. An entire set again. Come back, Hikari, come back. The duel's not over. I'm holding you hostage for another set of duels. Y'all are playing at least 2 more matches, at least 2 more. Potentially a third. Such is the rules. Such is the rules of the double elim, unless you want to concede here. You are allowed to forfeit. No. Hikari has to win the set. So how it works in double elim is it is based on round losses. Because the previous rounds were best of 1 and finals is best of 3. Each best of 3 is a set. Yeah, so if Hikari wins 1 set, so like if Hikari had won the last best of 3, Hikari wins. And yes, Whispy has to not drop it. Has to not drop the set. It is to reward the person who went undefeated in the winner's bracket. Because that feels a little bit unfair for the winner in the winner's bracket to like win the whole thing, and then what if they just get goobed because they like bricked like 2 games in a row? So that's why it is a double set. Also, that's kind of ominous. Does God love Hecahand more? Fine. No. So if Hikari wins, Whispy has 1 loss already because Whispy went to the loser's bracket and already lost to Hikari. So if Whispy wins, so now they're both 1-1. It's a double elim bracket. Yeah, that's how double elim works. They both have 1 loss in a total set. The previous sets were best of 1, but now in finals it's best of 3. So that's the Edgem chain. I was mentioning that you switch off the Chimera, not the Chimera, the Fight for Patchwork. It's a fiend. It's a fiend and it switches Patchwork, which gets you another polymerization. It also just takes a card out of deck, so like, you know, everyone and the mother's uncle's been running Super Poly. You need an easy pitch for Super Poly? Here you go. Pitch Edgem. Easy. I suppose if I had like a visual for the bracket, like not a visual like the one I've been showing y'all for the bracket, but like a visual in which I could like draw to show the losses, it would be easier to understand. People have been jamming Super Poly due to Cool Tune. I would like to say very proudly that no one brought Cool Tune to the tournament. Let me make that clear, chat. No one brought Cool Tune to the tournament. No one. No one was planning to bring Cool Tune at all. I think that's a win. I think that's a moral win, chat. I think it is a moral win that no one brought Cool Tune. We're all broke, real and true. No, not even the no-shows were gonna show up with Cool Tune. Not a single person who signed up listed Cool Tune as their archetype. Though I will say, y'all dodged a Lunalight player, a Traptrix player, 2 more White Forest players, and someone playing Orcus Fiendsmith Sky Striker, which sounds terrifying. Good luck with that one. What do you do with them when the extra monsters home? Yeah, really surprising, chat, of like 20 plus entries. No one was going to bring Cool Tune. Fiendsmith isn't even that bad. Fiendsmith is really manageable. Fiendsmith is really manageable. It's not even that bad. Come on. We're gonna have to see how this plays out, to be honest. Odd-Mage can play from hand. But because they have no current board, they are kind of limited to whatever is in hand for what they can summon. And they're also limited to specifically the Power Patron going on. So with the Mirror Sword Knight established, I'm not sure if Hikari can pull out any interacts. We'll have to find out. You just like giving Queensmith a hard time? Goodness me, goodness me. Don't mind me. I'm snacking a little. I'm snacking a little. Now, I can't remember if the Power Patron cards can play from hand in the battle phase. Huh. The emblem felt kind of random. Unsure if that's like a I have nothing else emblem or what's going on. This could be what could have been. I don't think it's happening, but like technically there's a line chat where you buy a emblem so that if they go Mirror Sword Knight and you have Dominus Impulse, you get to also pop a card. Unfortunately, it looks like we just did not have any cards for Hikari. However, there are still 2 more matches in the set, chat. Very unfortunate. So we're gonna regroup really quick. Do we have the tournament yet? We're in the tournament right now. Oh, do we have the champion? No. We're in the last, potentially 1 to 2 games of finals. Which, like, we're gonna have to see how it plays out. We'll find out. We'll find out post-match. With Mage? Oh, goodness. Oh, John XL, thank you for the follow. It's rough out here, chat. When will be the next tournament? The next tournament is going to be on Saturday, June 13th at 5 PM PST. So let me give them a little bit of time to get onto the table. Let's give them a little bit of time to get into the match. And then we'll join on in. Okay. So, one other thing, chat. Will the winner get to battle? No, of course not. We're gonna give them a break. Chat, they've been dueling for like 4 hours. Okay, like 2.5. They've been dueling for like 3.5 hours. 1 month before you lose your job? That's crazy. I'm also in search of a job. I'm still employed. I'm just hoping I can find better work. It's rough out here. So there was one stip. Ooh, oh, that's gross. Oof. Chat, sometimes squad loves other people more. So the one good thing about Odd Mage is it actually plays decently sometimes into Fua. Unfortunately, you might have to just play into the maxi here. This is not the first time we've had someone actually come back from the, like, the loser's bracket and fight their way back to finals. Oz has done it before. So, the stipulation with the next tournament, because this is a build a deck redeem tournament, at some point before the tournament with check-in, you need to submit your deck list. It doesn't have to be right on sign-up, but in order to check in, I do physically need an image of your deck list for the next tournament. Because the rules are, I build your deck list card for card, based on the winner for the next tournament. But I can fire off these sign-ups tonight. Yeah, Avi did it too. Awas has done it, Avi has done it. I've had quite a few people fight their way back from loser's bracket. Sometimes you just get unfortunately lucky. Sometimes you get unfortunately unlucky. So if y'all want info on the next tournament, I am pinning it in the chat. I am going to pin the next tournament in the chat. They're all free to enter. All information on the tournament should, relatively speaking, be in the document. Oh, it's live right now. Probably. It's around the time that he goes live. I know he was playing in LDS's Unity Cup earlier. I mean, shout out LDS. If y'all like playing tournaments, LDS hosts the Unity Cup on Fridays, around the same time. The stipulation is that it has a custom ban list. So some people like that, some people don't. I don't know enough about game design to properly balance something. That's why my tournaments never have special ban lists, because first off, what do I know about game? Secondly, that's a lot of effort to double check everyone's single deck list. But back to the match at hand. We have a cold buy on the maxi, which really hurts. We have our standard Archmage endboard between the Medius and the Power Patron. This floats into the Fairy Fusion. But we don't, from what we see any more Archmage names on board. Nor do we see any Archmage of other attributes, which is what we need to get Medius's fusion form online. You don't have to submit the deck list right away. You can submit it later. If you want to submit it early, you can. You have the option to submit the deck list. You don't have to sign up now. But for those of you who know what you want to take, y'all can sign up now. Wheel and truth. I just saw Blake silly post in the TCG channel. Aww, PSC, thank you for the silver boost. So we have Guardian Chimera. There's a decent amount of gas in hand, but we've also played through a decent amount of these. The Ash Blossom here really hurts. Velmonica pen summon Inspector Border, Patchy, and Barrier statue. Okay, that's an insane Velmonica hand. That's an insane Velmonica hand. I'm going to snooze the ads for 5 minutes. Because we are watching the match still. I can pause the ads for 15 minutes. So I don't know if this is going to last 15 more minutes. For funny. But if we get to 15 minutes, apologies for those of y'all who want sub. It is a very tight match. The thing though is that Whisply, aka the Chimera player, still has a lot of gas. Goodbye, Arcane Autocopters. Oh, they're gonna take the Ash Bus. Actually, no, that makes sense. You want as many bodies as possible for your fusion. Hello, Jahusa. Looks like we're gonna be grabbing some cards. And we are now caught up to live, by the way, for those of y'all who haven't been keeping an eye on the bottom line. We've seen this line a couple times before, but it looks like we're gonna be looking for bodies and extended. Which is in your best interest to finish up the match as soon as possible. This is match 2. So if Whisply can clear it out in this turn, they will win the tournament. Archmage Master look. I actually haven't seen this Archmage spell before. Let's see. What do we got going on? There's only one Archmage monster we can summon. Yup. It's Diactylus. This might just be trying to stall time out. Because Diactylus does float. So this might be trying to just stall out to the next turn. How do they always have the Mirror Sword Knight? You have a high hope for Elf Note because woman? Real and true, chat. We love woman. Real and true. Real words have never been said. Can we get a deck check? This is Master Duel. They can't cheat. Okay, you have to remember that Max C also resolved. Max C resolved and drew like 1, 2. Okay, Max C drew 1 card. Okay, yeah, I don't know, chat. Max C drew 1 card. Did we add Mirror Sword Knight at any point? There's a non-zero chance we added the Mirror Sword Knight. Ah, okay. The Gazelle added the Mirror Sword Knight. This isn't a they always have it. This is they straight up switched it. Oh, you're just impressed? I guess we're gonna... I don't know if I have view deck list in the... I don't know if I have view deck list in the permission. I'm sure you can ask if they want to show their deck list. Pause. I'm gonna try to bounce the Diactylus here to pop. Which I suppose is in your best interest to get rid of the Guardian Chimera. That still leaves us on a pretty empty board, but you know... Oh no, the Magnum. Interesting. Oh, it's not without trying. Definitely not without trying. Let me snooze the ads for another 5 minutes. So there's no negates, but if they won the Memento Tenno... The Memento... They won the Memento. That might be a little tough. So looks like we're gonna cycle back some more. We're going to try to Aquapolis. And if the Aquapolis goes through, we do have full combo. This all comes down to set and whatever else is in hand. So, Graph Layer and a Dream. Though there's very few cards that interact with settings. So Varnish is going to go ahead and add an Art Mage card from deck or hand. They're going to Book of Moon the Graph. I think that's fine, because it still counts as being on the field for a fusion summon. So here we go, chat. We also don't know if the candle is in the hand. The candle could still be in the hand, and that could still have the turn. Now, I'm just sitting here chilling and watching the duel. I can only imagine the pressure of, like, having the pilot. Alright, here comes Medius. Alright, so that's our additional special or normal summon rather of Medius for the turn. Into our Art Mage Power Patron. Are we going to get the line to Nova? Or are we going to be bringing out Into? Alright. We are going to be setting and then adding another Art Mage spell or trap. Which means, depending on the card we add to hand, we can pitch it off field spell to grab an Art Mage monster. And it looks like we're going to be doing exactly that. For those of y'all who don't know, the field spell can be used as many times per turn as you want. As long as you can discard a card and then add an Art Mage card. So that's why Art Mage plays a pretty decent blind game. So what you do is you search the Latera, which adds back the field so you can get one more extender. That's gonna get us into Finmel. Can we present enough damage on board to clear it out this turn? I'm unsure. We're going to at least try to make our way through the board. The problem potentially being... Nope. This gets to negate the effects of all face-up monsters. And this does give us our setup next turn for a board wipe, but as we've seen, the gas on Chimera is pretty strong. This all comes down to what Akari has in the extra deck. If y'all remember, Finto can fusion summon any fusion. So it looks like we're gonna fire that right away to match whatever Hecahands monster we're gonna fusion out. off of the mantle. Oh, Dusty, welcome on in. Okay, chat, this is my last snooze. I have delayed the ads by 15 minutes. We're making a second pinto, which makes sense. Did the effect of the first pinto get cut off? Did we miss sequence? 5. Oh no. Misclick? Oh, it's rough out here. Oof. This is the second game of the second set. I'm pretty sure. Is it or is it the first game? Let me double. I'm pretty sure this is the second game. I'm gonna learn all. I have no idea what Heck of Hands does, chat. I will say. Duel's not over till the last card's played. You have to remember. Duel is not over till the last card's played. Also, this is like a soft once per turn, I'm pretty sure. So, it's not the end of the world, but like, it is kind of rough. Bond Mage only has so much battle. Ooh, Ash Blossom though. This might just be enough. This might just be enough. Heck of Hands can be described as my cards are my cards and your cards are also mine. Perhaps. We still have Jaws. We're going to thin now chain to the Jaws. We still have a normal summon. We also still have an Art Maid's Power. Oh my gosh, it's the Fiendsmith chain! I mean the Edgem chain. They're gonna try to get rid of the owl. Also, you could Edgem chain, send Edgem chain if you run more than one Edgem chain. But Varnish is going to let us negate the attack. Which might just be enough. It really also depends on what's on hand in plan for Whiskey. Oh, congrats, Jimbei! I hope you finish winning out the whole thing. That's exciting. Well, chat, the way that it's looking, still anyone's game. We don't know what's in hand. So I don't want to call it just yet. Yeah, we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. It's crazy. Alright. Do we have the candle? Do we have the candle? The match is still going, yeah, and the ads are about to start, chat. Duel is never over till the last card's played, goodness me. Really clean piloting on Hikari's part. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to pause y'all for like 3 minutes because Twitch chat is about to go into ads. So, if y'all think that your duel is going to last longer than 3 minutes, y'all can start. If not, like, take like a 2-minute break and then start. Let me type this into going to ads. Everyone take a little bit of a... Everyone stretch. Maybe get some water. Holy. Everyone go use the restroom or something. Like, I can give y'all like 5-10 minutes if you need it. But like, whenever y'all get back, I suppose. You give it at least 3 minutes. Give it at least 3 minutes for the end. It's still anyone's game, chat. We are going to game 3 of set 2. Not 6 or 7 minutes. Why I order? Why I order? Yeah, chat do some... Here, look. I'm also gonna go use the little lobster's room. How about y'all enjoy some... For those of y'all who aren't in ads, enjoy some duel life. We'll be back. We'll be back. Never punished. I think they definitely could have been punished. They are both dueling out their minds, okay? Just in time for the ad breaks. That was, like, really good timing. It's okay that I'm missing the duel. What is that? The Fiendsmith engine chat? We miss absolutely nothing. Alright, that was Duel Live. Let's head on back to the duel table. How the 20 stack up, Joshy? Joshy, we'll win finals. Actually, wait, Josh. We'll win the last match of finals. This is the last duel of the evening. Hey, Josh, are you doing anything? Do you want to hop in here to co-cast with me? You're back from the ads. Let's double check that Hikaru's also back from the ads. Yo, are we stacking up? Oh, okay. No problem. No mind. No mind. No more guess. No more guess. No more guess. Alright, it looks like our final match is starting. Ooh, you know what, chat? Really quick, let's do a prediction. Before we hop in, let's do a prediction. I'll give y'all a minute. Chat, who will win? Use your channel points now. Y'all have a minute. Use them now. Spend your channel points! Pick your goat! Pick your horse! Can you bet your house on this, Kira? If you have a house worth of channel points, go ahead and bet on it. It's okay. Chat, we'll have a co-commentator next time, I promise. Come on! Is this not fun? Do I not get to have repertoire with y'all and myself? Let's go gambling. Yeah, let's go gambling. Chat. Twitch chat, you'll have less than 20 seconds to bet on your goat, your horse. Your life savings? We'll end too. Let's go. Alright, chat. I would normally give y'all... You know what? I should have given y'all the prediction when I was in the bathroom. I'm a bozo. Oh my gosh, that really is your life saving. So, our undefeated in the regular rounds, Hikari versus our underdog being knocked out in the finals of the winners bracket, fighting their way back from the losers bracket to rematch Hikari. We have Whiskey piloting Hecka Hands Chimera. On the flip side, our undefeated into finals winners bracket winner seed Crimson Hikari piloting on it. Kevin will be so happy if Art made, and if not, I'll tell him that someone played Art made. You're gonna get so much rarity 5 with your winning. What's the conversion rate of Dragon Nails the card to rarity 5? You bet all your insurance. Hello, Smoking Mantis. How are you? This is going to be pretty. Ooh, Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch. Ooh, so that's what the Archfiend cards are for. That's a cute tech, chat. Cute tech. Archfiend ever switch glitch? That is really cute, actually. Very cute. We have an Acropolis in the grave. Is this a second ghastly glitch, or is that the same one we had at the end? Hello, Bushin. Come on in. Pretty rough. We also get to see Gygas, which, Ooh. So, secret effect of Finto. You can discard a spell or trap in a level 7 or higher army. However, we have the set Give All Hecka Hands, which this is really rough. This might just be it. Unfortunately. We'll have to see, chat, because remember the duel's never over till the last card's played. But, it's rough out here. Did you bet against yourself? Wait. Pause. Wait, I need to go back to the prediction. Wait, this is insider trading! This is insider trading! That's crazy, chat. That's crazy. You wouldn't bet on yourself as your own horse? That's crazy. The game was rigged from the start, holy. The best kind of trading? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, you're making a decent amount of channel points off of this. Not sure how much you put in, but you're making a pretty penny on channel point. Oh man, that's crazy, chat. Hikari's about to... So who's the real winner, chat? Obviously it's Wispy, but like, you know, if you're getting the channel point payout, chat, who is the real winner? Goodness me. Goodness me. Congrats, both of you. I suppose congrats on your new channel point loan, Hikari. Congrats, Wispy, for the turnaround. Being knocked into loser's bracket and coming back for the rematch against Hikari. Mods refund everyone except Hikari. It doesn't work that way. Wispy, you had several people voting on you in the predictions. Both of you, thank you so much for coming out to the tournament. It was lovely watching you duel. Apologies for accosting you for like an additional hour and a half. But I hope you had a good time regardless. This is why we gamble. True, chat. They say all good gamblers are just short of their big win. Your life savings? Oh. It's rough out here. Your life saving. Oh no. No one has insurance yet. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much, Wispy. Are you in the Discord? If you're not in the Discord, I do need to get in contact with you. You do win the San Salie. Oh, I forgot Funa can see that channel. You do get a signed San Salie canvas print. I suppose if you're interested in that, I will mail it to you. If you're not interested in that, that's fine. We'll just doubly give it to the next person. Clearly, doubly give it to the next person. So if that interests you, I'll get in contact with you for shipping details. If not, I suppose double it, send it to the next person. San Salie Swap a Deck Tournaments. Players will make a recipe and submit it, and everyone randomly gets a number. So the problem with that, Sunnyshine, is that everything that you make in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel requires you to use crafting materials. So unless everybody builds a deck that only uses normal and rare cards, it's extremely difficult to do. The flip side also is that it's a little bit difficult to like import decks if someone doesn't have Master Duel set up to import. So it's not impossible to do something like that, but it does take a decent amount of ingenuity. Congratulations though! Very exciting. I might know what Hecahands does now. The Archfiend cards, I don't know if you would. You may have tuned out the stream during your matches, which is understandable. I would like to call out specifically the Archfiend, the Ghastly Glitch Switch is really cute. I really like that tech. That is a very cute tech. True, a win-win situation. Who is the real winner? The tournament winner or the points winner? I had a spectacular time hosting and casting for y'all. I have some fun announcements related to Master Dueling. First off, we have another tournament next month that y'all have been hearing about. It takes place on June 13th, Saturday at 5 PM PST. And the winner of that tournament, I will build their deck card for card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Another really exciting thing I get to tell y'all about. Do you see this QR code that is popping up in the top left corner? Don't worry if you don't have a QR code scanner, because I am about to pop it up on the screen. I have something very exciting for y'all to announce to y'all. It is going to happen in October. There is a digital convention made by fans called Kaiba Corp Con. It is happening on October 25th of 2026. It is an unofficial Yu-Gi-Oh! Streaming event and fan convention. And the reason why I am bringing this up is because I am the new Master Duel Tournament Chair for Kaiba Corp Con. What does this mean? That means I'm hosting the tournament for the event. So I'm inviting you and all of the attendees to show up for an expeditiously run, as swift as possible, hopefully, tournament in October that will be casted in front of all of the Kaiba Corp Con attendees. Well, I don't know if there's like monetary pricing or not, so I can't give you any hard details yet. There was also going to be a Rush Duel and Speed Duel tournament happening at the same, maybe not the same time, but on the same day. So if any of these interest y'all, y'all can go ahead and click the, scan the QR code, or I will give y'all the Kaiba Corp Con link, and I will turn that into a command later. A tournament with starter decks. I feel like I would just make the new starter decks instead. But the starter decks are like a little bit imbalanced. Yeah, I get to be Kaiba, chat. I get to be Kaiba. Look at me. I'm so cool. But if y'all are interested in that and y'all happen to have time that weekend, check out the festivities. Support Kaiba Corp Con emotionally by giving them some follows on socials and showing up for the festivities the day of. Y'all are welcome to... I'm unsure if I'm co-streaming on the channel or on my Twitch. We're still working out the details, but... check out Kaiba Corp Con! We're gonna have a spectacular time, and I can only hope that a similar level of exciting tournament gets to be run down. Though I do warn you, it may be even larger than this one, depending on how many people show up. I do have a small dream. An aspiration of hosting and casting a large major tournament. So I don't know how many people are going to show up to this one, chat, but this is one step closer to my dream and goal for part of the year or next year, whenever it happens. I do want to one day host and cast a tournament. Maybe not like host myself, but I want to cast a tournament with like 100 or more players. I feel like that would be very exciting. What is Kaiba Corp Con? Spectacular question. Kaiba Corp Con is a fan-made, virtual, online, unofficial Yu-Gi-Oh! Streaming event and fan convention made by fans for fans, held on October 25th of 2026. There will be TCG tournaments held up, there will be panels, there are guests, and a whole bunch of other exciting stuff. If we go and check out you can check out their socials to see what kind of guests they have. There's going to be a couple different voice actors, some animators. I'm sure they got some cool fun events going on. I'm gonna be hosting their Master Duel tournament. There was a Rush Duel and a Speed Duel tournament happening at the same time. I don't know if it's held by Kaiba himself. I think this is more like held in celebration of Kaiba. So a fan or fan organized tournament, if you all enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! This is a completely online and digital tournament. It's free. Y'all don't have to do anything. Y'all can check out. There's going to be a virtual artist alley. If y'all want merch, you can purchase it from actual artists. They'll ship it to you. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Just check it out if y'all are interested. So, with that being said, y'all know that I host the occasional tournament. Can you compete? I think anyone is allowed to compete in the tournament. So, I suppose if y'all have nothing planned for the later part of October, mark your calendars for October 25th of 2026 for Kaiba Corp Con. The people working behind it are putting in a lot of work into everything going on. I just get to show up and host a tournament and have a good time. They're doing a lot behind the scenes to get everything together, so if y'all are interested in that, do give them a check out. They'll be hosting some events on their Twitch. In fact, let me shout out their Twitch. Go follow their Twitch. They have like -3 followers. So again, there's 3 different types of tournaments. There's a Master Duel tournament, a Rush Duel tournament, or a Speed Duel tournament. I'm unsure which platforms the Rush and Speed Duel happen. I believe one of them is going to be in Duel Links. I'm unsure about the other one. I only have information and reign over the Master Duel tournament. A lot more information for the con's going to be released in September. So, you rep Kaiba Corp for us, by us, true. Real and true. So that's something y'all potentially interested in. Check them out. There's a lot of really cool people involved in Yu-Gi-Oh! Doing it. I just get to show up and have fun and host the Master Duel tournament. I put a lot of time and effort in, so do check them out. This is very exciting for me. You can read all about it on their website. Check out their socials, etc., etc. Also, if y'all want the Hecka Hands list from Whispery, y'all can head to the, y'all can head to the Discord. They went and posted it on in the Discord. If y'all want the Hecka Hands list, it is in the Discord. Hecka Hands Chimera. Alright, chat. I love hanging with y'all. It has been a long tournament day. I appreciate your company. I appreciate your support on the stream. Wait, pause. Did we miss the 2008 throwback duels? We may have missed the 2008 throwback duels. Oh, man. Shoes, chat. We didn't get to time travel. We were busy. We were sick. We were kind of sick. Tough out here. Anywho. 3 hours of dueling. Thank you for 3 hours of dueling. I'm going to send y'all over to... Is LDS live? If not, I'll send y'all to Miss 7. I'm going to send y'all to Miss Sarah Lynn, who is participating in the Unity Cup right now. Oh no, chat, it's K9. Look away, look away. Thank you again to everybody who came out and participated in the tournament. It was wonderful to watch your duels. I had a good time. I hope y'all don't mind some of the happening, some of the ad-libbing. I think there were a lot of very good duels, a lot of hype moments. Some unfortunate booking in some circumstances, but that is the nature of the game. So thank y'all for hanging out. I hope y'all have a nice rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. I'll see y'all next month for the Master Duel Build a Deck Tournament. If y'all want to check it out, y'all have a month. If you never played Master Duel, you have a month to grind the deck. That's crazy. Send out the lovely Miss Sullivan. All my love. I'll see y'all when I see you. Do take care of yourself. Thank you for supporting San Salie activity. Remember that the Field Center pre-orders have been extended by 2 weeks for anybody who wants to get in. Do take care of yourselves. And just remember that you're all in my thoughts. $1 and raid. Bye bye folks. Bye bye Twitch. Bye bye you.